Hey Peggy, how you doing? Hey Peggy. Technology, yeah.
Technology that's great when it works, right?
Yes. Clerk, we're at 401. Are we, do we have who we need?
Let's see. Looks like we're there, but Mayor Snook will call the meeting to order.
Thank you.
As soon as I can find all of the necessary pieces. Let's see. Okay. So it is 4:01. The February 7th, February 22nd, 2022 Charlottesville City Council meeting will come to order. Ms. Thomas, will you call the roll?
Councilor McGill,
I'm here.
Councilor Payne,
Here.
Councilor Pinkston.
Here.
Mayor Snook,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Okay, is there a motion to approve? We're all here. That's great. We have a quorum. Is there a motion to approve or to amend the agenda?
Motion to approve agenda?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Just voice vote. Aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, the motion passes. So this meeting, as we've been doing more recently, the meeting is divided into three pieces. First, a work session to hear and discuss items that require no council vote. Then there will be a closed meeting, roughly 5:30. Then the regular city council business meeting will start at roughly 6:30. The first item on our agenda is a report. Marta Keene, Chair of the Charlottesville Area Alliance, will present the report. Ms. Keene?
I just wanted to introduce Ms. Keene before she goes to give her presentation today. My name's Misty. I'm the interim director of the Department of Human Services, and I am part of the Charlottesville Area Alliance Steering Committee and Partner Committee. It's myself and Sue Moffett, Director of Social Services, that have been city reps on the Charlottesville Alliance, and began getting involved with this group and have really learned a lot about the work that they're doing to make Charlottesville a more livable community. And one of the takeaways that I've had in that work is that based on the AARP definition of a livable community, not only does it benefit our aging residents, but it benefits all of us. And so what Marta's going to share with you today is a summary of the FY21 annual report and the FY22 annual report that just came out, and give some insight on what's next. So thanks for being with us here today, Marta.
Thank you, Misty. It's been great having you on the Alliance. And thank you, Mayor Snook and all of the counselors. It's great to have this opportunity. As you know, Charlottesville is a partner in the Charlottesville Area Alliance, as well as having signed the AARP Charter for an age-friendly community. So Albemarle County and Charlottesville City are both listed in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and so that's great. As you may have seen in the much longer annual report of 2020, it really was a nice summary of our history and our background, our demographics. All of you have met with me before, and you know my favorite demographics to point out to you. We are a community that continues to grow in terms of age. We are, looking as a region at 20% being 60 or over, and that by 2030, unless the new census says something different, we should be at about 25%. So it's really important, and I really applaud that Charlottesville stepped forward to recognize that this is an age group that should be included in all of the things that we look at. It's a group that's listed as for diversity, and there's a lot of intersectionality between seniors and the other areas of diversity. So there's a lot of importance to looking at this. On page 7 of the long report, it gives you the 8 life elements that AARP thinks is so important for an age-friendly community. And I'll just highlight them really quickly. So if you don't want to look at the report, you don't need to fumble through it. So one is buildings and outdoor spaces. Another is transportation, housing, social, which is mainly social participation, respect and social inclusion, feeling valued, civic participation and employment, communication and information, and community support and health services. So what we did several years ago was do a survey first through the health department and then specific to seniors, and then did focus groups. And it came out that this is a good place to live. No surprise there. People love living in Charlottesville. The biggest issues that I'm sure you could tell me if I asked you to bet were that people did not feel socially included, affordable housing there wasn't enough of, and of course, transportation more in the rural areas, but that always is a high spot. So that led to our picking those 3 areas to really focus on. And so you can see at the end of that report was our high hopes for the goals that we wanted to start working on. So what I really wanted to do is focus you on our more recent annual report from last year, which I have to tell you, I'm pretty proud of the fact that during COVID, we still managed to keep moving forward on these goals. I think all of us who are volunteers, we have about 30 agencies. We all obviously have full-time jobs, and COVID, as all of you, it turned everything on its head. But we also felt that this was a time when, if ever the needs of seniors were exacerbated, it was as a result of COVID. Isolation is a huge concern. And so it was really important because transportation, being in housing that's in a place that can keep people connected and feeling socially included, couldn't speak more to the issues than this. So we spent time trying to continue to educate people, particularly during May, which is Older Americans Month. And then we started to look at, could we build a citizen advocate group that as we start to look for opportunities to advocate, for instance, last year with your CVille plans, that we would have seniors that might be interested or others that might be interested in speaking up about some of the issues as they come up. And so then we looked at what could we do in terms of our 3 areas of goals. And we're very pleased that we have a spot on the Regional Housing Partnership, so that rather than trying to meet our goals in a separate way, we're meeting them in conjunction with a group that's already come together as a partnership. And so this was really a formative year as the partnership really looked at what was good for each individual jurisdiction, and then how could we interact with that. In terms of social engagement, you can see that page, they really got serious. They got an intern from UVA's Internship Accelerator Program and had a survey and looked at key findings, and then looked at some recommendations of what could we do, because we know that the hardest thing for people is to get a sense of what is going on. So what are the ways that we could have a clearinghouse about community activities? Email, newsletter, social media. A lot of our seniors, although it's getting a lot better as internet is getting everywhere and becoming less expensive, but we can't depend on those methods as the only way in which we communicate. That will, as time goes on, that will be, but right now there still has to be printed material that's available. How do we look at recommendations around educational programs, working with Triad and Dementia Friends and other community groups, just to help people become more aware of the wonderful value of seniors in a community? It's not just about how we need to help them or support them. It's also about what do they contribute back to the community. I think sometimes we forget that there's a wealth of wisdom, and we want to make sure that we don't fall into ageism by assuming that everybody is a drain on society. We should be proud that we're an area that draws seniors to us. And then we were looking at how could we create a buddy program, and Ollie is willing to be the pilot for this. How can we help people? Because I think it's human nature. We could probably all agree it's easier to show up somewhere if you're showing up with somebody else than to walk in to a group of people that you don't know. You have to be really extroverted to be willing to put yourself forward with that again and again. So what are the things we could do as a alliance to create some ways that people would feel like they had someone that was going to help them kind of navigate? And we were going to try that with Ollie this coming year. And then our transportation team, the Regional Transportation Partnership, actually allowed our chair of the committee to be a non-voting member. And this was really significant because, again, we want to have a voice at the table. We don't need a vote, we just want a voice. And as so much is moving forward with the Regional Transportation Partnership, this is a really important place to be involved. And then they're also looking at working with CAT in terms of some recommendations around the bus stops. And then we're looking at, are there opportunities for volunteer transportation, more so again, the rural areas, but that doesn't leave out some of the less served areas of Charlottesville. So we continue to want to make sure that we're doing the things that would most meet the needs of seniors in the way that is cooperative and collaborative with where the city is going. You are a key community. We were really happy that AARP Virginia chose Charlottesville as their key community, and that was approved by the national organization. And what that meant was that this year we were able to sponsor a Complete Streets webinar, and many staff from Charlottesville attended that. Alex was able to go to the Governor's Conference on Housing with the stipend that was, or the amount that was covered by AARP. They gave the Alliance 2 spots, so we were able to give one to the city and one to Albemarle County, who's the other key community. And he reports to me it was a very useful conference to attend. It also allows participation in AARP Virginia and national activities. There's a portal that we can all look at. There's networking with other communities. As a matter of fact, on the last quarterly Virginia call, another community was dealing with bathrooms in high pedestrian areas and how do we do that? And I know that was an issue a couple of years ago that never really got resolved. And so the people from Roanoke who were putting that together have been in touch with Misty and with Sue to be in touch with the people from the city. And it may not be a solution that works for Charlottesville, but it's a chance to hear what's been done somewhere else successfully rather than recreating it. So that's just an example of the benefits of, and there's no cost to it. It was signing a charter, but the benefits of being a part of this alliance is that chance to learn from others, share with others what you all and we all have done. And so I wanted today just to make you aware of your belonging to this group, of the need to belong to this group. And thank you for the commitment of having Misty and Sue, who are so good about showing up at all of our meetings and participating. It's just been really a wonderful partnership. And I wanted to see if any of you had any questions and report back to you as, you know, as a good guardian of your commitment to this. So any thoughts or concerns about where we're going as an age-friendly community that I could help you with? And I hope I didn't know, I think I did okay time.
You're fine. Any counselors have questions for either Ms.
Um,
Keen or Ms. Graves?
I know, Marty, you and I have talked back and forth over time. And I just know one of the things that I am seeing these days, as I'm coming up on 50, and many of the people who I went to high school with and such are also having to have difficult conversations with parents. And I do know that this right now, it's very helpful every time I have sent somebody your way, or if there could be maybe some sort of online tutorials for geared towards those of us who are helping our parents right now. Things that we should make sure that our parents, because I noticed one that I keep asking people is, did any of your parents serve in the military? Because
My favorite first question, yes.
so many people, especially who served in Vietnam, their kids don't know.
Yeah.
Behind them, they refuse to look at it again. Or they think if they served it, like my uncle who served his entire service at Cocoa Beach. He's still, but they don't think they're eligible. And so many people I know, especially with the veterans benefits, those have changed a lot over the last couple of years. To the if somebody has been dishonorably discharged, especially from the Vietnam conflict, getting them honorably discharged is much easier than it used to be. And then therefore they're getting so many benefits. So maybe if there could be some tutorials put together aimed at people my age to help their parents.
Thank you, Councilor McGill. I think that's a great point. And I think that would be very helpful because you're right. We are all in that position at some point in our life, usually, of advising parents and helping them along. And there are a lot of services out there that people don't know about. And stepping out of the Alliance for a moment and into JABA, I will say that is always our challenge, is how to remind people that we are there to help them through that path. But tutorials are also the way many of us think and learn, and podcasts and things like that. So then you follow up with getting somebody to help you, but what are some things that you can start with? So I wrote that down to bring back to our social engagement committee. So thank you.
Thank you for the update. I really appreciate it. And thank you for all the good work that y'all do.
Thank you, Councilor Pinkston. Especially with you being new, I wanted to make sure you and Vice Mayor Wade knew what the commitment had been in the past, so that you would be apprised of where we were going in the future.
Yeah, so thank you so much. It's good to see you, Misty and Marta. So many years ago when I was working on a project for Hillsdale Drive, you know, in my transportation planning days, and we were meeting with JABA and the senior center, and at the time the senior center, now it's the center, and Our Lady of Peace is kind of a quarter of services for the aid for the elderly. And as we were talking, you know, we realized that the transportation improvements that we were making, you know, we realized that it's not only make it safer for older people, but for everyone. And I think that that can be the same thing with a lot of things that we're talking about. And one of the things that you mentioned that we're certainly trying to do as a city is the equity and diversity. And for many years, it's been, you know, that the senior services and the senior centers, they, you know, it's like Sunday morning, many of them are mainly catered to one population. I know the senior center, because I've been trying to work with them, really diversifying their staff and their membership. And if you could just talk a little bit about your insight into that and what you all are doing to try to kind of bridge that generational gap.
Certainly. We know that in Charlottesville, some of the most difficult areas for equity are often right around the shadows of UVA. And so how do we continue to improve access to healthcare? How do we make sure that the bus stops and the transportation are run in a way that is supportive of their needs? You know, that are the CAT routes, perhaps as they're rethinking them, are they going the places that people need to go to? Are they making more direct connections that people could use? As Jaunt looks at microtransit in the county for their pilot, are there microtransit either with the taxi services or with Jaunt in the city that could be looked at in different ways so that seniors have easier transportation? And of course, I know you all are struggling with and trying to figure out affordable housing. I don't need to reinforce that one, but that's really where the equity, I think, shows up, and it is so intersectional. We see it low income, we see it people of color, we see it age, and it's difficult when there's so many different needs, workforce needs for low income or affordable housing, and yet also senior needs, because I think if we leave them out, we've taken a valuable part of the community and forced them to move out of the city. The numbers in the city over time, the last few years have gone down. We're waiting to see the newest census data, but I think a lot of that anecdotally is being driven by the lack of the affordable housing. And so again, that's a concern, I think, from an equity perspective. So that's where we're trying to advocate, support groups like Piedmont Housing Alliance when they're looking at some ways to address some of those issues. And then obviously, again, taking my hat off for a moment and putting on my JABA hat, that's one of the things we're looking at is how can we do more outreach to the areas that address equity? So we have a whole focus group now that is working on that under our Inclusive Excellence Plan, because we recognize as much as we serve a very diverse group, there's more we can do. It's never ending.
Any other questions? Okay, well, Ms. Keene, thank you so much. I know that your work is important to a very large section of our community, and a section that often can't speak for itself terribly effectively. And so I appreciate the opportunity to hear from you all, to get your report, and to be reminded of the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good evening.
Thanks. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the state of the forest. The Tree Commission Annual Report. Peggy Van Yeres and Brian Menard of the Tree Commission will present the report. Who's starting us off?
I think I might be. This is Chris Genzik with Parks, just to
Ah,
introduce the topic.
okay.
And my camera's not functioning great, so I'm the name on the screen right now. This is an annual State of the Forest report given by the commission that details where we are with urban tree canopy planting efforts, community relationships, etc. And this year is also, we have our, about every 5 years, we get a consultant to do what's called a leaf-on aerial shot from a satellite and do an analysis of our overall urban tree canopy. And I believe the commission will be giving some facts and figures and trends from that report as well. So I'll leave it to Brian and Peggy from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. The Tree Commission appreciates this opportunity, as Chris just said, to appear before you and deliver our annual report. This presentation this afternoon combines a few things. The first is sort of high-level data from the written report that we submitted for the fiscal year. Also, the action memo, which Peggy will address in more detail later in the presentation, which we submitted along with the report. And she will also be telling you the activities of the commission since the last fiscal year began. As you know, we usually make this presentation sometime in November, December. We have delayed it twice because the canopy report, at least the data portion, was presented to staff and the commission in December, and both the staff and the commission continue to digest what is a huge amount of data, and are working with the contractor to complete the written report, which I believe will be available and we'll share with council sometime in the next month or so. But for today, my task as the past chair of the commission is to tee things up for Peggy. I have the privilege of presenting the more concerning information about the state of the forest. And then Peggy will bring us some hope as to things that the commission is doing and ways in which we can work with council and the rest of the city to address what we see as some deeply troubling trends in the state of the forest. As you know from having seen the report, our tree canopy, which we've been measuring since 2004, continues to decline. Not only is it a continuous decline from that level you see at 50% in 2004, but in fact, the canopy is declining at an accelerating rate. Put up here on this first slide, the latest version of the comprehensive plan, Chapter 7 goal, contribute to the creation and expansion of a robust forest. And by that measure, we're really not meeting that goal. There are some sub-strategies below: protecting and expanding the canopy at citywide and neighborhood level, and develop methods, consider incentives and new requirements, basically for zoning. And in both of those areas where we have perhaps the most control over, clearly we need to find ways to use all the tools that we have, both in terms of financial resources and staff resources, and also to revise the code in a way that we can begin to address this declining tree canopy. Now, this 10% canopy loss, and I don't have time to really go into the details of this latest study and the timing of the study, but this 10% canopy loss is from 2004 to 2018, which is equivalent to 660 acres. Just for comparison, the total acreage, as you probably know, of the city is a little over 6,600 acres. So a loss between 2004 and 2018 of 660 acres represents almost exactly 10% of the entire area of the city. Now, again, this is for 2018. That 2018 data would normally have been, as you probably noticed in the previous bar chart, would have been 5 years, but we had to use data that was to scale. So we had to go back and use 2018 data. as well as the pandemic did delay the issuing of the report. So we are actually closer to the next report than we normally would be presenting this. So that next report is probably about 2024. But we are in 2022, so we know that that 660 acres is not the actual picture. And if we extrapolate and we look at what we project between 2018 and 2022, which is another 4-year increment in which the previous four-year increment, we lost 5%. The estimate is actually that we've lost closer to 990 acres of tree canopy since 2004. That's a 15% loss. And as staff has reminded us recently, that does not account for the removal of approximately 300 city ash trees over the next several years. Many of those ash trees are mature and they have large canopy. So we could actually be looking the next time that the commission reports on the next tree canopy study in a couple of years, we could be looking at a number that is actually well over that 990 acres. In fact, it's almost assured that it will be. So this is not just a citywide issue. This is a neighborhood by neighborhood issue. The subtitle here is Canopy has declined in all but 2 neighborhoods. And that's actually quite generous because if you look down the right-hand column, you'll see that it's declined in all neighborhoods except for 2 where it's stayed stable. So this is a citywide decline in tree canopy. And as we addressed the council last year, and as you are well aware, this impacts even more harshly those low canopy neighborhoods, which can least afford to lose tree canopy. And we know that those low canopy neighborhoods correlate with low income neighborhoods, historically low income neighborhoods. And so we have a problem in those neighborhoods, but really this is becoming a citywide problem where we're losing tree canopy at a rapid and accelerating rate. We've seen this before. This is not the most recent, but of course this is an overlay of the heat island effect. So declining canopy has a lot of effects. It has effects on our livability in the city. It has effects on energy costs, but it especially has effects on our health. And so this continues to be of concern, and I believe should be of concern for all of us. Now, the second high-level data from the recent report is, and this ties into one of the things that we can do the best, that is the city can do the best, and that is planting trees. Planting, preserving, and maintaining trees. We have before you with Parks and Rec have worked up a budget proposal to the CIP for $100,000 for planting in the next fiscal year, which would get us to that 200 trees per year goal. But for the past 5 years, we have not been meeting that goal. And I don't have time to go into the details here, but you can see that plantings and removals and replacements, when you actually factor in all those numbers, we are actually not replacing trees. We're actually below a 1-for-1 replacement of the trees that we're actually removing. So we're not meeting the goal of 200 trees. And this is a problem. And this is something that can only be solved through commitment of resources and staff. With regard to the code, and we're going to use Garrett Street again this year because we presented it before to the council. With regard to the code, and there are no villains here. There are simply developers using the code, staff working with the code that they have. But the fact is that if we just take Garrett Street, we look at a street that was featured in the Smart Street program, Streets at Work program, and we have had just in the past 6 years what we think of as a deforestation by code on Garrett Street. So here we have a tree preserved, 50% of the canopy and majority of critical roots removed. I haven't actually been back to look at that tree, but when you do that kind of damage to a tree, it eventually kills the tree. We had 8 mature large canopy oaks removed in front of Apex Plaza building. The most recent development, we had a row of oak trees that were removed. And as you can see, we've replaced it with a single tree. And of current concern to the commission is the development around Friendship Court. Now, I will say the commission supports development in the city. The commission supports creation of new and more housing. But we have to also take into account the health of our trees. And in this first phase for Friendship Court, 3 of the 4 trees you see in the forefront are to be removed, and the 4th is unlikely to survive construction damage. In future phases, there are another 20 trees that continue up Garrett Street and round about 2nd Street that also are likely to be removed in this project. Again, this is an example. We're not trying to criticize anybody in particular here, but we could have picked other streets, perhaps not as strikingly, that show that the code is allowing for deforestation of our streets and removal of street trees. It should also be pointed out that, and this is counterintuitive, but even were we meeting the goal of planting 200 trees, even if we could triple that and plant 600 trees in a year, we're planting small trees. So it's possible, with a simple formula, we could plant a lot of trees and continue to have a code that does not treat trees as assets and does not protect them for the public benefit. And we could still be losing tree canopy. We would still be losing tree canopy. So those 2 things work in tandem. The commission appreciates all of the challenges that have faced the city in the last few years. We appreciate the dislocation of the pandemic, the effect of the pandemic on resources and staffing. In particular, the Parks and Recs Department, as you know, has gone through a complete transition of leadership. The commission is very pleased about that, already working closely with new staff, and we're very pleased about that. We understand that a lot of those challenges continue for the council and for the city in the year ahead. But we really have to focus on the situation with trees and begin to treat them as best we can as important assets as part of the green infrastructure. And with that, I will turn it over to Peggy, who, as I said, will bring us a little hope to those dour slides.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, Brian was sort of the bad guy. I'm going to be the good guy here. And we're going to talk about what the Tree Commission is doing, and we're going to tell you some things we hope you can do to help us. Okay, Brian? Okay. Brian? Brian is controlling. All right. So what the Tree Commission is doing, now these are ongoing activities. You've created us 10 years ago to advise and assist staff and council and planning commission to plant and protect trees. We've engaged with the public often. You see the photograph there with the Charlottesville area tree stewards. We celebrated a wonderful oak at Venable School a couple of years ago. We collaborate with lots of other nonprofits, and we try to monitor the effects of development on our green infrastructure to prevent deforestation. Okay. Now, this year we have 2 main projects the Tree Commission does. First one is to review the zoning ordinance as it gets revised. And we have 4 main objectives. One is decrease the requirements for new trees, strengthen and enforce tree protection, establish consequences for public tree damage. Now, let me give you an example. As you can see, this is Apex Plaza again. There were the wonderful oaks, and you can see what happened when they were taken down. Richmond, Virginia, has an ordinance. When a developer takes down a public tree, they have to pay into a fund for new tree planting. And it can result in hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's based on the diameter of the tree. So a large tree is worth a lot more than a small dogwood. That's something we're going to look into. We can also refine the site plan application and review. Okay. The other project that we're doing, the Tree Commission last year initiated this fund we call it Relief Seville. We had been studying for a couple of years about the effects, particularly of heat, on public's health. Scientists have documented that low canopy neighborhoods have more heat and pollution related diseases like heat strokes, heart attacks, asthma, than those neighborhoods with a lot of canopy. We also know that the city, to grow the canopy, is mostly going to have to be done on private property. So we're trying to raise money to plant trees on private property. Now, we have a big fat claim. We believe that trees save lives. So our mission is to protect the health and well-being, particularly of our low canopy neighborhoods, from the heat effects of climate change. Brian? How will we do it? We're going to plant new trees. We're going to try to preserve existing large trees, and we're going to educate. Brian? So we're going to, as I said, plant and preserve. So our first neighborhood is 10th and Page. As you know, it has one of the lowest canopies in the city, 18%. There are few places to plant public trees. We know the health consequences could affect these neighbors. We know through the 3 Cs that families in 10th and Page, most of them pay more than 10% of their income on energy costs. The rest of the city is 2%. So that's not fair. We need to take care of that. So on 10th and Page, it's going to be a collaboration between Relief, the Tree Commission, and tree stewards. Okay? Brian, okay? The third thing we're going to do is educate. Now here, just tell you a few things we're doing. At CHS, we're going to have an event this spring to introduce teenagers to jobs in the green industry. At the City of Promise, we're going to develop teenage ambassadors who can help us go around and knock on doors in the neighborhood and convince people to let us plant a tree in their yard. We're giving presentations to elementary schools, City of Promise and Lugo McGinnis about the value of trees. And the next few slides are an example of our presentation to Venable last fall, okay? Brian, okay? Brian, wake up. Okay, sorry. Can you go back one? Brian, go back one. Brian, can you go back one? Well, Brian, unmute yourself and go back. He's not, let's see.
He's been
No,
going
go
back.
back. Unmute.
He's been going back, Peggy. Which slide?
No. Brian, go back, not forward, backwards. Brian. Sorry.
I'm going backwards.
Okay.
Can
So,
anybody see the
yes, that's it.
presentation?
Thank you, thank you. I just want to, no, go forward. No, go forward. Sorry. Maybe I should have switched and been doing the slides. Go
What
forward.
slide do you want?
Which tell me, yes.
That's it, right there. Go back to why trees? Why are trees? All
Can
right.
can other viewers see the slides? Is it just-
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we can see the wire trees.
Okay, anyway, let me go forward. I was more nervous about presenting this presentation to Venable than to you tonight. So anyway, why are trees? Okay, Brian? Important to you. Brian?
Yep, it's there. We've got it.
Oh, that's crazy because I don't see it.
Okay.
Why are trees important to you? Well, this is one way we showed the kids how important trees are to their health. On the same day in September, we measured the temperature on their hot playground with no shade. It was 102. Go forward. Brian. And then
Okay.
on their shaded playground, at the same day, we measured the temperature. It was 82 degrees, a 20-degree difference. This is not a good thing to have children playing on hot playgrounds. Go forward. Brian.
Yeah, he did.
Trees
Okay.
help animals.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we also told them how trees help animals. By one way, go forward. By giving them a home. The kids love this project, this picture. Go forward, Brian. Now, who are we? This is a partnership between the Tree Commission, Charlottesville Area Tree Stewards, the Nature Conservancy, City of Promise, and Van Nuys Tree Company. Go forward. So we hope to have great results from this project. Now, what can council do for trees and help us? go forward. Plant and maintain trees. As Brian had mentioned, we hope you will accept our CAP funding this year and for years forward. This year, we've asked for 100,000 trees, which will allow us to plant 200, which is our goal. But let me tell you that since all the storms this year, Rian tells me that we've taken down more than 200 trees, just till now. We need the request for ash tree removal. We have about, and this is in front of Charlottesville High School, you can see the trees declining. They're all going to be dead soon. We've asked over the next 5 years, we're going to need 100,000 every year just to take care of our 300 plus ash trees, to take them down. If we don't get this request, it's going to cut in half our maintenance budget. It's going to make it hard for us to respond to storm damage, safety pruning, pests and diseases. So please consider this request seriously. New slide. Preserve and protect trees. Will help us create a zoning ordinance that really treats trees as a vital asset in the city. Increase our setbacks so we can plant more trees, eliminate zero setbacks. If you see the picture there, this is West Main Street. That's the standard building. It was allowed to build the building right to the sidewalk, no trees. It's the only building along West Main Street without trees. So increased requirements for new trees, better protect trees during construction, provide incentives or require compensation for damaged trees, and try to locate new developments, particularly large ones, on parking lots and vacant lands to protect our natural resources. Again, okay, Brian? Improve the city organization. We had a great talk with the heads of Public Works and Parks, encourage cooperation between NDS, Parks, and Public Works. Support the creation of a natural resource manager. That would be someone in the city staff that would really have their eye on the ball on keeping our natural resources. If we had someone like that, we wouldn't have to do the third point. I go again, okay, Brian? Enhance the charge of the tree commission. Support our request to review particularly large site plans. If you look at Friendship Court there in the picture, there are 20 trees, as Brian said, surrounding Friendship Court. We did a quick analysis by the Council of Tree and Landscape Appraisers, and those trees are valued at almost $500,000. Now, just the value alone, but they're also important to the people that live there for their health, for their energy savings, and also for their connection to the past. Those trees were planted at the same time Friendship Court was done. So help us review the next phases so we can see if we can save as many as possible. Second point, encourage departments to work together. Let's have a representative of Public Works attend our tree commission meetings, and eventually expand our charge to oversee all natural resources in the city. Brian, go forward. So I'll almost end with this slide again. We have a declining trend and we need your help. There is hope. The city is hiring wonderful department heads, working very closely with Rian Anthony, who's a deputy parks director. I'm going to burn his ears. He is wonderful to work with, responsive, great leader. I won't forget Chris Gensick, who's been with us for a long time. He's also one of our favorites. Dana Kassler and Stacy Smalls are both just wonderful and willing to cooperate with us. So there's lots of hope ahead, as we said, but we need you and the Planning Commission to help us do this. We want to make a healthier city for all, and trees are connected to that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Questions for either of our speakers?
I found the pictures. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, I found the pictures very compelling, kind of some before and after pictures, and particularly the one about the temperatures over there, and I guess Venable before, and with and without trees. This is something that I know that came up a lot, the last several months when I was campaigning particularly in communities of color, that they do value trees. And I was really sad to see the project at Friendship Court, you know, what we found out this week, that many of those trees will be lost. And so we just have to do better, I think, next time for projects like that. And, you know, I can only imagine what it's going to be when they recalculate or redo it again, because, you know, the storm in beginning of January just took down a whole bunch of trees, if not the whole tree, certainly a lot of their branches. So I think this is very valuable. I hope that, and I don't know, I need to look into this more. If we have a staff that specifically job is to, you know, look at ways we can try to save trees, you know, when site plans and things come up. I think that's really vital that we do that. And that's going to be something I'll be talking to the mayor about, and to the city manager, you know, as we kind of redo the community development office. So really enjoyed the presentation. If possible, I'd like to get a copy of that. Thank you.
So, does anybody else have other questions? Brian?
Is it too late for Friendship Court? Maybe Councilor Payne knows the latest on that.
I would just note, you know, it's been a very intense resident-led process to design the specific types of units, their locations, and through that resident process and the priorities they chose in terms of the type of housing, number of units, and location of those units, that's where the project is. And so I'm certainly happy to give information to the residents, but I want to be very clear that it's their decisions and they're the ones leading the design. And this is where, you know, the residents have chosen to put their priorities in design. So.
Got it. And then I guess the next question would be for staff, and I don't need an answer now, definitely, but I would love to hear in an upcoming 221 meeting or some other venue, an email would be fine too. I'd love to get more information from the NDS side or the site planning side, what our actual rules are relative to trees, and some suggestions for meeting the requests or suggestions that the tree commission folks here tonight put forward. You know, it strikes me that this would be a relatively straightforward sort of thing to incorporate, and would in future planning, and would go a long ways. There's more than just the heat island effect. It's just the general impact of having trees around, you know, just improving people's mental health and just the overall aesthetics for the city. So I would be interested in staff later giving some more feedback in terms of what we do now for trees, what they think we could do to make preserving and protecting trees when we're doing development more central feature of our planning.
Peggy, do you want to answer?
Well, I just want to respond. You know, I think in the beginning of Friendship Court, and I respect certainly the residents' desires, but if we had city made an emphasis to save these trees, remember, they're not really on Friendship Court property, they're in the tree lawn of the city. I think it wouldn't have to be an either or. It wouldn't have to be the trees or the wonderful renovation of Friendship Court. It would just, because it would have been easy to save them. You just have to move the buildings back, you know, 10 or 15 feet, literally. So I think going forward, if we could work together, you know, I hate to bring his name up, but let me bring up a name of Christmas Past or Charlottesville Past, Mitch Van Yeries. My father-in-law, Lloyd, is up smiling. I'm sure Juan is too. He was, as you know, mayor and city council for 10 years and the General Assembly for 25. He was also an arborist. I'm sure he had a lot to do with what the trees were planted around Friendship Court, and I'm sure he was very proud of them. Cole Hendricks, that someone that our new interim city manager who had talked about and we all liked very much, would tremble in his office when Mitch would come to see him and talk about saving trees. So I'd like to think in Mitch's memory, and also to make Friendship Court a healthier place, that we do look at ways to save most of them. As I said, it doesn't have to be an either or. So thank you.
Was there some change in the ordinances that govern trees and site plans and so on over the last 30 years? Because when I was on the planning commission back in the 80s, I remember having to be aware on every project where the major trees were and what was being done to preserve them. And yet I hear from this discussion today the suggestion that really there is nothing that's happening at the site plan process to look out for trees.
This is Chris at Parks. There's certainly been some incremental improvements in zoning, site plan, percentage requirements. That's one of the data pieces I wanted to look at. Is a neighborhood like Cherry Hill over on Cherry Avenue was built over 10 years ago, and to take this tree data and say, did it meet its canopy goal as required in the site plan at that time? And is that an acceptable goal still today? Or now that we have a zoning update coming on, it's a great time to take these questions into account and see, are there more adjustments to the code that need to be made? But in my career here, there have been some adjustments to code. The question is, what's the real world impact of those adjustments, and do we need more?
But adjusting in a sense of requiring more protection for trees rather than less?
I think the tree commission can nominate and council can preserve individual trees, but maybe there should be a conversation about, do we have to do it one tree at a time, or could there be a more specific type of code for large trees like Peggy mentioned? But I think that's up to the people who are doing the zoning updates, and we'll certainly entertain, go ahead.
Well, what I was remembering was, and it perhaps was simply a function of the fact that the zoning director at that point was Satyendra Ahuja, who felt very strongly about trees, that the basically every site plan, every tree that was there was identified by its caliper, and we knew what was there and what was being removed and what was being saved. Is that not happening right now at the site plan process? Of course, city council typically doesn't see site plans, so I don't know what's happening.
There's a landscape page on every site plan that identifies all the trees. What I can't answer is, what does the code say is the end requirement for the developer post-development, and who inspects the site 10 years later to make sure that those trees actually survive to their canopy requirements. So certainly a topic to look into as we're doing a code update, because now it's time to get it right.
Okay.
So Lloyd, quickly, I just want to add, so it sounds like it's who said, she said type of thing. I just think that from this point on, at least, it's going to be a high priority for me. And if we don't look at them, I just want it to be, I did this planning stuff for 20 years, and it can be part of that process that say, what can we do to save trees? And I just want that to be part of the code. I mean, certainly the code, but even if not, that as the planning director, the planners, as they're looking at the plans, that they say, we need to save these trees as much as possible. And, we certainly could codify it, and we should, but in the meantime, we just gotta do what I think is right. And I was part of many of those Friendship Court meetings, because my wife was the person who gathered the staff, and I mean the residents, and many times I was the babysitter. And I know that, that they only look at what plans are presented in front of them. So I think that in the future, we just can do a better job.
Well, I know Ms. Robertson has put in the chat a reference to the fact that in 2003 and 2008, the mixed use districts included a number of areas where there's a 0 setback line. So trees along those street frontages aren't practically as possible as they are in locations where they're 10 to 25 foot setbacks. One of the tensions that we were told in part of the affordable housing debate, one of the things that is getting in the way of more affordability is bigger setback requirements. But of course, when you've got setback requirements, you've got room for trees. And at least part of the discussion that we were having last year about all of this, and I kept saying, oh, don't worry, we'll solve this with the when we get around to rewriting the zoning ordinance, which is underway. But part of what we need to do, I guess, is to make sure that we have some better way of recognizing the balance that we're trying to strike and being intentional about it in a way that perhaps we're not being right now. I note also that a minute or two ago, Mr. Freeze turned his camera on. James, do you have some thought that was about to emerge?
I only wanted to offer that that I think the comprehensive plan does attempt to respond to this concern about trees. We've, as was noted in the presentation, we have made commitments there to pursue changes in the zoning ordinance during the upcoming rewrite to address greater degree of tree protection. And I certainly have a lot of thoughts about things we could change within the zoning ordinance beyond those things identified by the Tree Commission that would really open up the potential for greater opportunities for tree preservation. Also note that I recently went out and met on site with the Friendship Court team, the development team, their construction team, engineers and designers, to talk about tree preservation along Garrett Street and to understand exactly why we ended up in the situation we are in today with regard to the trees that are currently going to be removed, and understanding that it was kind of a whole series of design decisions that took us to that point, driven a large part by the presence of an underground stream and easement associated with that shifted locations of buildings and underground parking, and kind of, you know, I don't want to use the word force, but really kind of led us in the direction of having to bring those buildings up directly to the street. All that being said, we have more space and more opportunity in the later phases, and got agreement all around from the developer and their team that we would make every effort possible to ensure that we're preserving the trees on the remainder of Garrett Street and on 2nd Street. So overall, our emphasis was on the importance of trees in this area, in this neighborhood, and an agreement with both the developer and, of course, on the city side, that those were priorities for us to be thinking about. So thank you. And I really appreciate the comments here today, and look forward to working with you all on this issue going forward.
Sienna, you've got your hand up and had it up for a while. I apologize. The hand is showing up in a spot on the picture that it's not very visible. So I appreciate Ms. Marshall warning me of that.
Thank you. So I just had, this is kind of out, this is not to do with zoning codes or anything like that. Just two things real quick. One, I do know that a local Girl Scout troop has been raising money and wanting to be planting trees. It's the high school level Girl Scout troop. So I would like to put you in touch with them.
Please.
I spoke with them last night, actually. So I know they're, like I said, raising money and going to be planting trees.
To buy some Thin Mints while you're at it.
I have some. I have actually all of the flavors. I'm one of the only places that has all the flavors right now. A lot of them are sold out and will not be coming back. Supply chain issues. The other thing is just from a homeowner's perspective. I have had to take a few trees out because they were either crowding other trees, and I had an arborist come in, actually, Vanieris, come in and help me pick out which ones to take out and everything. But I think it would be also beneficial if some sort of public service announcement could go out on what type of trees, when people are looking to thin out trees. Yes, it's advisable to get a tree person in, but at the same time, not everyone's gonna have that resource or ability, so they might take their chainsaw and cut something down on their own. But maybe some sort of guidance of, these are the trees that are, if you're gonna take trees out, look to take out these trees. They're the ones that are, like, I have a whole bunch of hollies, and they're kind of overwhelming things and actually not lasting well with the winds because they're not a very strong tree. But also, what are invasive species? What are just a simple, easy to use You know, just a quick, yes, these are good, no, these are bad. Would be really beneficial to a homeowner who's trying to do the right thing.
Could I just say to Councilman McGill's point that the commission has discussed this, particularly an option of perhaps using the utilities of mailing for a flyer that had just sort of a fact sheet. Our past urban forester did work last year about this time with a couple of neighborhood associations. They were having issues with trees. And so he went and met with them. So that's clearly another option. But this points to sort of something that we didn't state in the presentation, which I think we all know, is that the majority of trees in the city and the majority of the loss is happening on private property. So the things that we all together can do and the tools that we can use and the resources that we can bring to bear, including a better zoning ordinance, take us part of the way. The other part is actually educating private property owners who have the majority of trees. And so that's part of the charge of the Tree Commission too, is to educate and advocate. But we'll look for opportunities, and we'd love to continue this conversation as to what can we use, what city resources can we use to reach out to neighborhoods, what kind of mailing opportunities, or using the website, or because we have had many people reach out to us. That number increased of residents during the pandemic. They were home, they saw their trees, they saw the neighborhood trees, they had lots of issues. And so there is an interest in that knowledge, and we have to find a way, the city has to find a way to get that to private property owners.
Just quickly, because I know we're over our time. James Bryant, who's on the school board and lives in 10th and Page, is on the Relief Advisory Committee. And as we were talking about trees, James, and we told him about the energy costs in 10th and Page. He said, Peggy, I never realized my air conditioning was so high. So he's one of the first ones, I think, that's gotten a tree planted in his yard. So anyway, you know, sometimes I think people, you know, need to understand the benefits besides just looking at the green leafy canopy, but the health costs, the energy savings, and all these things that are going to be more and more important as we become a hotter world and a denser city.
So I have one point that we're not going to solve tonight, and I just throw it out there, and that is that we have to balance the need for tree canopy with the need for room for solar panels. And one of the consequences of that may be that we want to be encouraging folks to not plant pine trees that will grow to 60 feet tall, but maybe to plant something that will only grow 30 feet tall, and therefore will not cast as long a shadow across somebody else's roof. That's a whole different set of balancing decisions that I don't want to get into tonight. But I am curious about two things in particular. You've emphasized supporting the creation of a natural resources manager position within Parks and Rec, supporting creation of a position within NDS tasked with preservation and protection of trees. I thought we had an urban forester. Is that person the only person in city government whose job it is to be paying attention to this? And what would be added if we were adding these other positions?
If I could answer that, Lloyd. I know creating new positions in city staff is tough. So I don't think we need, personally, I don't think we need two. The urban forester was not charged very much with reviewing site plans. It wasn't a constant thing. So I don't, as far as I know, and maybe James could correct me, there isn't a really knowledgeable person in the city about trees and other natural resources could really follow site plan review. So for us to have someone, whether it's in NDS, which might be the best place, that would really keep their eyes and give you all a good environmental assessment of what the impact's going to be, particularly as you large developments, which are obviously affordable housing is incredibly important. And I don't mean to denigrate that at all. But I think sometimes we could be saving our natural resources and trees and doing affordable housing. Doesn't have to be one or the other.
I have just two quick questions, I suppose, for city staff in terms about the process for implementing these changes and see them come to fruition. I'm guessing our zoning rewrite process, which is just beginning, is, going to be a pretty good opportunity to incorporate these zoning changes. I'm especially interested in that one from Richmond in terms of developers providing money, if they're taking down tree canopy. And then the second, in terms of increasing coordination between departments to try to more proactively during the development process prevent losing tree canopy. Is that something that would be part of our climate action planning process? Or are there other operational changes underway where we could incorporate that goal into that?
Should I go ahead?
Sure.
Okay, great. So first, let me start with noting that site plan review is today an interdepartmental exercise, right? Site plan review involves members of a number of different departments, including Parks and Rec. And when the urban forester position was filled, that person did comment on provided comment on site plan review. In fact, in reviewing the comments that were done on the Friendship Court, when I was doing my research to understand how we arrived at the decision, I saw that the urban forester did in fact contribute to that plan. So I think operationally, we're already there. It's ensuring that we have somebody in that position and ensuring we have the regulatory tools to back them up as necessary. And then overall that we're striking the proper balance. I think as Mayor Snook referenced before, amongst all of our competing objectives to try and ensure that trees aren't getting lost in the shuffle. So I think procedurally, we've got the right system in place. It's just a matter of ensuring that we have good regulations, which will be addressed as part of the zoning rewrite process, and ensuring that we have the policies in place, if you will. So yeah.
Okay, so I guess just as a practical matter, the zoning rewrite process is really going to be our biggest opportunity to make progress here.
I think it is. Again, this is one of the issues that has been clearly identified as a priority issue, both in the comprehensive plan and in our conversations leading up to this. I can't promise the zoning ordinance can solve everything, because we know it can't, but it does create a number of opportunities for us. And a lot of that is going to be about introducing flexibility, right? As was referenced earlier, housing advocates often note that large setbacks interfere with the ability to produce housing. By the same token, when you take it down to zero, you potentially lose the opportunity for street trees, depending on the width of the right of way. Obviously, where there's a wider right of way, you have more opportunity for trees anyway. If we can make those rules more flexible, we can attempt to do both and try and achieve both objectives. And that can be doubly true when you look at side setbacks as well, if we can be more flexible in that space. All of these things come with trade-offs, and I know that'll be part of the conversation as we go forward with the zoning ordinance rewrite. The other big driver of the loss of trees is parking. So that'll be another issue that we'll want to talk about.
Just a comment. I know the urban forester has had the ability to review site plans, but I don't think it's been an ongoing thing. I'm going to give you a quick example. Just in late fall, we were about to present to City Council to put all those Garrett Street and Second Street trees around Friendship Court under the zoning, under the tree protection ordinance that we have. And the arborist did a whole package. It was about 26 pages long that you were going to get. We decided to wait till after Christmas. And then things just got busy and we didn't present it. But he was not aware, certainly in early winter or late fall, that the trees are going to come down on Garrett Street. He wouldn't have spent hours assessing each tree and making a whole package. So I understand with James that he can review them, but I don't think there's a real coordination and communication going all the time, because we had no idea until a couple of weeks ago that the trees were slated to come down. The tree commission didn't know. Sorry to go on.
I would just add that, I mean, this is a great discussion. I know we have to end it soon. But the commission is aware again of all these countervailing pressures. We have been pretty much chomping at the bit for several years. We have an entire committee called Codes and Practices that is meeting, and we'll go through the code. We'll bring in examples from other locales. So we know that this is a difficult situation. We know that there's no one silver bullet to solve this. But I go back to the beginning of the presentation. This is not a good trend line. And I think we can all realize that. So whatever we can do to at least stabilize the loss or reduce the acceleration, obviously we're not going to get back up to 50% anytime soon. And that might not have ever been realistic, but I just worry that the next time you're presented a report on the state of the forest with the urban canopy study, the number is going to be even lower. And at what point does that number get too low for livability in all the respects that we've just discussed? So I'm stepping into Peggy's hopeful shoes after this conversation. I feel better, and I look forward to, even though I'm leaving the commission in a month, Peggy insists that I stay on the codes committee. So I will be a citizen member of the codes committee, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with some of you on this. So thank you.
Thank you to both Brian and Peggy for the presentation. Obviously, we're interested in the issue. We went 15 minutes long. But anyway, that's not your fault. We dragged it out. Unfortunately, it's caused some dislocations elsewhere. But thank you to the Tree Commission for the report. We'll look forward to hearing more from you later on. Let me now introduce or turn things over to Deputy City Manager Marshall, who I think is in charge of the next phase here.
Thank you very much.
Fire away.
Mayor, City Council. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Charles Hargrove, who's an National City and County Management Association credentialed manager who serves as the director of the Virginia Institute of Government at UVA. I won't steal all of his talking points, but the Virginia Institute of Government is part of the Weldon Cooper Center, and the city is a longstanding member. Mr. Hartgrove, a lifelong native Virginian, has served as a senior executive for Virginia local governments for over 20 years, including as the town manager of Ashland, Middleburg, and Gate City. He leads the Virginia Institute of Government with a background in government and public administration. Through the city's partnership, Mr. Hartgrove, along with Dr. Larry Terry Jr., who had to slip away, will be providing support for council to engage in some work this spring. And I'll leave Mr. Hartgrove to tell you a little bit more about the center, the Virginia Institute for Government, and a bit about the work that they will do alongside of you all so that the public will know more about the upcoming session.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Hartgrove.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us on your agenda this evening. I do want to apologize for Dr. Terry, our Executive Director. He'd been with us for the last hour, but had to go into another appointment. So I'll do my best to talk a little bit about the Cooper Center, but also, more importantly, the Institute of Government, as where the organization has been hopefully working with your staff, and we look forward to working with you all later this spring. So first, Weldon Cooper Center for Public Service. We've just finished our 90th year of existence, working with local governments and other public entities throughout the Commonwealth. We just finished a new strategic plan for the Cooper Center last year. And one of the significant goals and strategies that came out of that for local governments, in particular here in the Commonwealth, is building the capacity of public leaders to apply research and engage their constituents in fostering empowered and equitable communities. So really, the bottom line for the Institute of Government is providing assistance, whether it be professional or technical, for good governance for Virginia localities, no matter if it's an elected official all the way down to your frontline employees, and developing leaders at all levels. We provide professional development and leadership training to local government senior executives from not only here in Virginia, but all across the country, and work with towns, cities, and counties throughout the Commonwealth and beyond on several initiatives. We've had several conversations with staff so far over the winter and are looking forward to, again, working with the City Council and staff later this spring on some strategic planning issues and other topics I think that are important to you guys. I know that The Bob Group has been working with you, and you already had an initial retreat back in January to discuss a few issues as you all took office or returned to office. And then we look forward to working with you guys after you make it through the budget preparation point, and then talk a little bit more about strategic planning later this spring. So just to give you a little bit more background from what Ashley mentioned, I did spend over 20 years working for local governments here in Virginia. My last post in local government was Deputy City Manager of Lynchburg, just an hour south of you guys. So I very much understand the challenges that cities have here in the Commonwealth, and the things that you're trying to work on to improve for your citizens, your businesses, and your community as a whole. One of the things we've done over the last couple of years is work with organizations like yourself. So we have provided consulting services to the Richmond City Council. We facilitated a retreat for them in 2021, and we've worked with several other towns and counties as well on everything from strategic planning to, for example, we're currently working and have been working with the City of Newport News on diversity, equity, inclusion discussions amongst their leadership team and their organization in general. So basically, no matter the economic development, no matter what the topic is, we have the combination of both internal and external subject matter experts we can bring to the table to assist you in making your goals come to reality. So I'm happy to answer any questions from the mayor and council or staff about our work and what we do here in the Commonwealth. But I wanted to be quick and concise because I know you guys have a long evening and a closed session and everything else going on today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your being here and sticking with us. I confess that I don't know exactly what we're going to be doing with you guys. I know we have a couple of days set out in April for it, and I guess part of the process here is the suspense of wondering what we're going to be doing then. But I look forward to working with you all to help us figure out how we need to be working better. And I gather that's part of what we're going to be talking about. I'm looking forward to that. Is there anything, Brian?
Do you all offer quantitative research, like comparison and contrasts in terms of revenue, for instance, that a city might bring in? Do you have any kind of data sets? We don't have to go into this now. I'm just interested as a follow-up, perhaps, as we enter a tax season and all that's involved in that. I think for me, whatever we can do to sort of make these decisions as objective as possible, they won't ever be completely objective because these are hard decisions. But the more data we can have that's sort of thoughtfully put together, I'm just wondering if your team has that kind of quantitative experience.
Sure, we've got a various group of professionals, both on the practitioner side and on the academic side, that we can pull from. So really, we can customize the type of work that the city would require. Pretty much anything that you're interested in learning more about, analyzing or thinking through, we've got a team or an individual that can help us with that.
I really don't have any questions. I just want to thank Ashley or staff. I know Ashley was the first one to mention to me that we had this in our backyard, and many times we messed around over at UVA, didn't know that this opportunity existed. So I just want to thank staff for bringing it to our attention, and I'm looking forward to I reserved those 2 days today, so I'm looking forward to it. So thank you, sir.
Well, I'm very excited to work with you all. And as Dr. Terry would say, it's easier. He thinks it's an absolutely critical point that the city and the Cooper Center have a great working relationship and that we support each other. We're all part of this community and we want to be a part of that support system for you all and the city as a whole. So it's a privilege for us to work with you all. And we're very much looking forward to working with the council and the staff in April.
Great. Anybody else got any comments, questions?
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hartgrove.
My pleasure.
So at this point, that concludes our agenda for the what we've sometimes called the report session, the 4 o'clock session. The next item on the agenda is a closed meeting. And then we'll come back at 6:30, and at that point, we will begin the meeting, sort of the public hearing portion of the meeting. I guess the next thing we have to do then is to get into closed session. Is that
I
right?
have it pulled up if you'd like me to read it.
Please do.
Pursuant to section 2.2-3712 of the Virginia Code, I hereby move that the city council close this open meeting and convene within a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code section 2.2-3711 A1 and A7 and A8 for consideration of the performance of a member of a council-appointed board or commission, for discussion of litigation pending in the U.S. District Court, Western District of Virginia, case number 3.21-CV-00045, because such consultation would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the city, and for legal advice and consultation as to both matters.
Is there a second? A second from Vice Mayor Wade. Okay, let's see. I guess this is, we can just do a roll call. We can do a voice vote. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, the motion passes. City Council will now go into closed session. We will return to this link for the open meeting at 6:30. So councilors, we log out of this one, go into the other meeting and rejoin. See you on the other side.
Brian, you get a chance to get some vittles?
Got a bowl of cereal, some chocolate chip cookies, and a cup of milk.
Breakfast of champions. Have some turkey soup.
I had some tabbouleh earlier. And some Tums. Added calcium.
Mr. Rogers, good evening, sir.
Good evening. How's everyone?
Doing all right.
Are
Good.
we all here?
Michael here? Michael's here.
1, 2,
my
3,
screen.
4. Okay, we're all here. Okay,
Yes. Let me read us back in.
please.
I move that the city council members certify by a recorded vote that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, and I guess this is a roll call vote, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Now, having established a quorum with all councilors present, we will begin the business meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, are there any items for recognition? Actually, first, are there any announcements, councilors?
Mayor, I do have an announcement.
Okay,
Commissioner of Revenue would like to announce that applications are currently being taken for the city's real estate tax relief for elderly or disabled program. If you own and are living in your home in the city of Charlottesville, if you are over 65 years of age or older, or are permanently disabled, and if you have a yearly household income of $55,000 or less, and a net worth of $125,000, excluding the value of the home, you may qualify for tax relief under this program. And I want to emphasize it excludes the value of the home. This was a question that has come to me a couple of times this last week, and I just want to remind people that this does not include the value of the home that you're living in. Applicants must apply online at www.charlottesville.gov/COR or in person at the Commissioner of the Revenue's office, providing valid identification and documentation of income and net worth. In-person applications should be by appointment Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Schedule an appointment by visiting www.charlottesville.gov/COR, that's for Commissioner of Revenue, or by calling 434-970-3165. Now, the deadline to apply is March 1st, 2022, so that's next week. So if you know anybody who could utilize this, please have them get in touch and please take advantage of this from the city.
thank you. Any other announcements?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. City Council, and it looks like several other organizations, including Haven, Pacham, United Way, NAACP, we received a petition from the unhoused in the community for us to address it, and it was very, very compelling. It was signed by, I assume, some of the unhoused in our community. And I just want to let the community know that the City Council will be having, you know, a work session once the dust settles from the budget process, just to address housing affordability and housing in general. And this is definitely will be part of that discussion. So I just want to thank them and the organizers for presenting this to us and other organizations in the community, just to let them know that that has been seen and heard and will be considered. And I just appreciate, I assume on behalf of the City Council, that them sending this our way.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wade. Other announcements? Do we have any items for recognition? Right, we don't have any proclamations, any recognitions. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, will you read the consent agenda for us, please?
Consent agenda. Number 4, minutes, January 5th meeting, January 18th meeting. 5, ordinance, amending and reordaining section 15-99 of chapter 15, motor vehicles and traffic of the Code of the City of Charlottesville, 1990, as amended, to reduce the speed limit on 5th Street Southwest. Second reading. 6, resolution appropriating funds for the Runaway Emergency Shelter Program grant, $209,444. Second reading. 7, resolution approving a minor action plan amendment to the FY 2021-2022 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan to authorize the Community Investment Collaborative to implement a contingency plan for expenditure of CDBG funding on or before June 30th, 2022. One reading. And there was an item 8 sent out with the initial packet that was requested by the chair of the Historic Resources Committee to be removed. So that will come back at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll now take public comment regarding items on the consent agenda that have just been read by the clerk. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. In the Zoom webinar, you may select the raise hand option to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak on the consent agenda, you may press *9. Note that if you signed up ahead of time, that this is not the time for that, okay? This is just for the comments on the last couple of items. Actually, there might be one person who had asked to speak who was going to talk about 5th Street. I'm not sure. Anyway, if you want to talk about items on the consent agenda, are there any speakers who wish to speak on the consent agenda? Mr. Dillahunt?
Mayor Snook, no hands raised at the moment.
Okay. So is there a motion then to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second to that motion? Brian seconds. Okay. Any further questions or comments from council? If not, Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Yes.
That's better. Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 to adopt the consent agenda. Is there a report from the city manager's office?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think that Deputy City Manager Saunders has a couple of items he would like to share.
All right.
And actually, good evening, everyone. Don't have a report after all. I was able to receive a note from staff that they wanted me to hold the announcements for public consumption until the March 7th meeting ahead of the event that they were having. So apologies for that, and good evening.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Council, save you some time. You can move on.
Thank you. So next item on the agenda is the Community Matters General Interest. We have 8 pre-registered speakers for Community Matters. There are 6 on the waiting list. We have an additional 8 in addition to the first 8. So a total of 16 potential speakers. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. There will be an additional public comment section at the end of the meeting. And we'll now open the floor to the pre-registered speakers. Others wishing to speak may select the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak during Community Matters, you may press *9. Is our first speaker available? Mr. Ertl?
Yes, I'm here.
You have 3 minutes. I guess, Mr. Dillhunt, you're going to put up the timer for us? Great, thank you.
Greetings. My name is John Ertl. I live in Charlottesville, and I'm a representative of the Amalgamated Transit Union, or ATU for short. I'm here to speak to council again regarding a public sector collective bargaining ordinance. Previously, our union has petitioned the city to recognize our union as representing the workers at CAT and to also consider a collective bargaining ordinance for all city workers. We understand through its previous vote on the firefighters' proposed ordinance and looking at the items for consideration in the agenda tonight that the city may actually be inclined to fashion its own version of an ordinance. That is certainly your privilege to do so. We just ask that it be done as expediently as possible and that whatever the end product looks like, it provides the same fundamental rights that the union's ordinance is contained. Months have passed since the firefighters first petitioned the city to establish a collective bargaining ordinance. And since then, very little progress seems to have been made in moving forward on it. City employees are eager to have their voices heard and to be able to utilize this basic right to join together in a union, a right which has been denied for far too long to municipal employees in the state. Right now, as we see it, one of the critical tasks before council is to guarantee that funding is put forward that would make it possible to carry out a collective bargaining program. The city may understandably desire to hire staff who are familiar with public sector unionism so that they can carry out these new duties, such as negotiating and administering union contracts. We just ask that enough money be put into place in the budget to make sure that the city can hire whatever essential staff it needs for collective bargaining so that this does not continue to languish as an unfulfilled aspiration. Once the city hires the necessary staff, we would request that council consider passing a collective bargaining ordinance as soon as possible. One could certainly be passed with a subsequent phase-in date so that you'd have enough time to hire qualified candidates to fulfill the job. However it's done, again, we just want to make sure that it comes to fruition as soon as possible. Collective bargaining is good for workers, and this investment in the city workforce will ensure the continued quality of the services available to our community. In the meantime, ATU is respectfully requesting the right to have access to the CAT facility so that we can meet with our members at a place convenient for them on non-working hours. We would also like to start to be able to meet with the general manager so that employees can raise important feedback for his consideration. CAT General Manager Garland Williams has said he will not do this until given the instruction to do so from city. We would like to start having these labor management meetings to begin to make sure that frontline employees can begin to have the ability to provide their input on important workplace issues. And just to be clear, these meetings would not constitute collective bargaining and therefore are not prohibited by current state statute. They would just be for the express purpose of bringing forward frontline employee feedback for the improvement of CAT. It is not lost on me that what we are asking the city to do here is new and that undertaking collective bargaining is not an insignificant undertaking. We do appreciate council's past support for collective bargaining and can assure you that city employees are eagerly awaiting progress on this most important issue. So thank you again for your time, and we look forward to hearing from your response.
Thank you, Mr. Ertl. Next up, Richard Allen. Mr. Allen, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members, and good evening, Mayor Snook. I am Richard Allen of Charlottesville, and I know you care about our town. Our Slave Block Citizens Group does too, and I'm that group's research secretary. Since as long ago as 1985, city council and city managers have erased the history of enslavement that was once shown visually available at eye level by a sign on the wall at 0 Park Street, Court Square. Our citizen group sent each of you a replica of that sign, missing for decades. At the last council meeting, just a couple of weeks ago, our group respectfully asked you to change this wrongdoing to the acknowledged history of Court Square. At tonight's meeting, I ask you, and I ask specifically, who oversees racial equity, diversity, inclusion, and history in Charlottesville? Deputy City Manager Marshall has much of that job title, but she informs us she cannot reinstall this sign until you 5 leaders authorize that. We ask you to bolt our replica sign to the parking pole beside the 0 Park Street building, almost exactly where the slave block once stood. We ask that this occur this week. Now, you have talked with City Attorney Joe Platania. He fully provided you with details of this need. This is not rocket science. It does not require heavy lifting. I will not take more of your time, but before you go to the next speaker, Mayor Snook, please, and I ask you with utmost respect, sir, please use your words right now. Please publicly answer. It is you and council who must authorize reinstallation of the site of slave block sign. Everyone attending this meeting is listening. In the name of racial equity, diversity, inclusion, and the history, the authentic history of Charlottesville, will you please this very week correct this decades-long erasure of history? Thanks for answering my question.
I know we don't always provide answers, but let me provide just a brief answer here. The answer is that the committee, through the Historic Resources Commission, the committee that has been researching this, produced a report a couple of weeks ago, which we thought was going to be on tonight's agenda. It is not. It was pulled for some reason. I don't know what that reason is. One of the things that they found is substantial question about whether there was actually ever a slave block. If you read the report, and I'm not going to argue the historicity of it all, that's for historians to figure out, and it is not for city council in the first instance to figure out. There's a lot of history that's got to get sorted out, and a lot of new historical research that suggests that what you are asking us to do would not be historically accurate. I'm not going to say we're not going to try to get into that tonight, simply to note that it's a much more complex issue than what you're suggesting. Any other counselors want to comment further? Okay. Next item, next person, Matthew Ray, collective, talk about whatever you want to talk about. Mr. Ray?
Mayor Snook, I do not see Mr. Ray in at the moment. I don't see his name, so we could try and come back to him.
Okay. Donna Shaughnessy was the next person up. Donna.
Good evening, councilors and Mr. Mayor. I'm Donna Shaughnessy. I live on Birdwood Road here in the city, and I'm here tonight representing 8 groups in the local climate coalition known as Seville 100. As I hope you've seen, we recently sent you a letter regarding the city's climate action plan. Signatories to the letter are the Local Energy Alliance Program, LEAP, Eco Village Charlottesville, the Community Climate Collaborative, the Piedmont Environmental Council, Green Grannies, Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice, Charlottesville 350, and the Piedmont Group of the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club. We are all in agreement that the city is woefully behind on their promises to complete the city's climate action plan and to move forward to carry out the actions that we need to make sure that the city does what it needs to do. I remember the happy day in June of 2017 when council passed the resolution to join the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Those of us who are concerned about the looming crisis were so proud that the city was out front on this critical issue. Charlottesville was the leader we know it should be, and we looked forward to having our plan be an example to other cities and localities around the state and the nation. Since then, the silence has been deafening. Despite the promise to have a plan done in 3 years, and despite having staff dedicated to climate planning, there has been little to no action. We realize there's been turmoil in staffing, but this can't wait. We can't wait for everybody to be in place to make this happen. In the 5 years that we've been waiting, the city's continued to heat up. Climate-related natural disasters have multiplied, and you're all aware of the damage that climate change is bringing to our neighborhoods. And so we call on you to do 4 things at this point: to troubleshoot the climate mitigation planning process, get it moving again, and set the expectation that it will be presented for community consideration and council approval by October 1st, 2022. We ask that you publish up-to-date, complete, and accurate greenhouse gas emissions inventory data. Our current data is from 2016, woefully out of date. Things have changed dramatically since then in the city. We ask you to set the expectation that the climate adaptation plan will be completed within 6 months of finalizing the mitigation plan. And we ask that you set the expectation that climate change responsibility and sustainability will be integrated and regularly throughout the city's planning documents and actions from here on out. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your attention to this critical issue. We all have people we care about who are going to be even more impacted than we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Bill Emery.
Good evening, councilors. To start a tree, you find a location and plant a seed. You provide water and a safe physical space early on. In return for this minimal effort, you can grow ancient, gigantic green infrastructure that provides ecosystem services, improves public health, combats climate change, promotes the walkability of the city, increases the value of nearby structures, and all around makes Charlottesville a better place to live. Tree seeds and tree saplings cost next to nothing. An individual tree provides thousands of dollars of benefits in the course of its life. The cost to benefit ratio for a large statured tree is over 6 to 1. If it costs you 100 to plant and maintain, the benefits that accrue to you are 600 during the life of the tree. The trees you plant will outlive us all. When we plant trees, we make a gift to the present and to the future. Fire engines, affordable housing, police cars, seeds aren't available for these infrastructure items. Their period of service is generally shorter too than trees. But when considering your budget, this isn't a zero-sum game. It's not a question of either trees or housing. It's a question of both. Do both. You have a tree commission. As a city, we've had a vision of the urban forest. As a city, we've had some sort of tree plan since 1975. Previous councils and city staff have not exercised their will to follow through on their commitment to the urban forest. We can maintain a fire department, we can maintain a school system, we can maintain streets, we can employ 1,800 people. We can plant more than 23 trees. Here's what I want councilors to do. Become familiar with the Tree Commission's work. Telegraph to Mr. Rogers and to your urban planners, the zoning code rewrite should enable the urban canopy coverage to rebound. Councilors, I want you to plant a tree next to the street where you live, and maybe you guys already have. Encourage your neighbors to do the same. In the words of Nobel Peace Prize winner Wangari Maathai, until you dig a hole, you plant a tree, you water it and make it survive, you haven't done a thing. You're just talking. Do more than talk. Please fund and advocate for trees in the city of Charlottesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emery. See, next up, we have Nancy Carpenter. Ms. Carpenter. There we go.
There we go. All right.
Good evening, Ken, and thank you. I am Nancy Carpenter and I reside in the city. The subject for me tonight is the Charlottesville Housing Fund. I am strongly urging this council to continue this commitment to allocate $10 million per year to the Charlottesville Housing Fund, which will help to dismantle the long history of racist housing policies in Charlottesville. I wholeheartedly agree that the physical plant of our public schools has dire need. However, a proper learning environment is but a spoke that emanates from the hub of decent, safe, and deeply affordable housing for our students and their families. I am also watching with trepidation the possibility of house residents falling into homelessness due to increasing rent burdens. For me, it's not a question of if, but when. I have to ask, are you delving deeply into departmental budgets that could yield several $1 million that could be reallocated to the housing fund? There have been multiple asks about that over the years, and will you finally be the council that looks into that? I know that you had a presentation at your 4 o'clock meeting from the Charlottesville Area Alliance on what an age-friendly community looks like. One of their PowerPoint slides incorporated a checklist of various important points, one of which is housing. However, what I'm beginning to see doesn't look very friendly, whether it's age or from any other capacity. I will say that Councillor Payne has made some very good arguments about housing strategies, and I hope during your deliberations about the budget that you take a look at them very, very seriously. In closing, all these initiatives about education, public health, public safety, economic opportunity can be successful only with deeply affordable housing for our residents, which is helped by allocating the deep funding necessary to the Charlottesville Housing Fund. And one last fact, the National Low Income Housing Coalition just put out a graph this week showing that, and we all know it, but showing that the average median rent in this country went up 18% in just 1 year. So that's going to be, a very difficult price point to deal with here in this community. And one last thing, Councillor Wade, I want to say thank you for acknowledging the petition earlier. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Our next person to speak is Emily Little.
Good evening, City Council members and Charlottesville staff and community members. My name is Emily Little, and I live on Moore Ave in Charlottesville. I'm speaking tonight in support of a letter from 8 environmental organizations here in Charlottesville that wrote to you to urge you to move more quickly to develop a climate mitigation and climate adaptation plan. I am friends with a lot of non-climate activists in Charlottesville who now ask me for updates on what's happening locally in climate action planning. The people I am often talking to are mothers of young children, because I am a mother of young children. Many of them admit that they can't look at climate-related news because it's too gloomy and stirs up so much fear for them, for their young children, that they have to look away. I always wish that my glimmer of hope for them could be, I know it's terrifying. I too struggle with thinking about my children's future in a time of climate change, but at least locally we are doing something. But I feel like I can't say that anymore. We joined the Covenant of Mayors as a city in 2016. My son James was still growing in my uterus. He turned 5 on February 3rd. And as a city, we still haven't made any steps towards implementation of either a mitigation or adaptation plan. I've put solar panels on my house. We drive less. We plan the way we use our cars. But that's not enough. An individual action isn't enough, and not everyone can make the decisions that I can make with the privilege that I have. As Seaville community members, we need some deadlines for these 2 plans. Climate change continues to change our planet. We need local action to give us hope that our children will be left with a planet they can survive in and thrive on. We need the city staff and city council to commit to completing the mitigation plan by October 31st, followed by the adaptation plan 6 months later. These plans were supposed to be done a couple of years ago, and climate change is not waiting for these plans to be done. All city decisions on budget, comprehensive plan, and beyond should not be being made without a climate lens at this point. And I feel like without the climate action plan, it doesn't feel like the climate lens is in place for any decision making. Please give us a very specific timeline for finishing up the climate plans. We need to feel hopeful, and this can't wait. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Next up, David Redding. Mr. Redding?
Yes, I'm David Redding, and with the Eco Village, and our address is 480 Ryle Road East. And I also want to talk about the climate action plan and what we need to be doing. And in June of 2017, Charlottesville publicly joined the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate. And it's an important thing, and we've all been hoping that we would move ahead with it. But looking at the covenants of mayor, it calls for mitigation and adaptation planning to be completed within 3 years of joining the covenant. Well, obviously, we haven't done that. In 4.5 years since Charlottesville joined, its 2016 inventory has fallen out of date. The mitigation plan has failed to appear, and the adaptation plan is slowly, quietly moving forward. So neither of these plans is complete. We have to work on it. It's an important thing, and people are becoming aware of it now, and we just have to keep working on it. So Donna and Emily have talked about this, and so there's no sense me going through the same details, but we appreciate what you're doing, but we got to move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redding. Mr. Dillahunt, I know, have we seen Mr. Ray back yet? There he is. Should we go back? Mr. Ray, you want to talk to us?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, I'm Matthew Ray with Charlottesville Area Transit. I was calling in support of the collective bargaining in the budget that I know you guys are considering. I just wanted to go over a few things. We recently got the 6% raise. That was good, but that's just catching up. We've gone many years without much more than just a cost of living increase. We have a lot of issues that I think that the ATU and the union could need to be addressed that could help us address some of these issues. We have some serious, I believe, grievance issues that need to be addressed, policies, that are kind of ad hoc or not in place. I understand that the director has a lot of leeway, and I've been told that a lot of this stuff is at his discretion. I've not had any real support from human resources at the city in this regard. They basically can't help me. It's just basically everything has to go to the director. And that's fine. I mean, he's a fair guy. He's a good guy. So, we have had issues arise now that we're coming out of COVID, and, things are starting to try to get back to normal. But, we are woefully understaffed still. I know we have a lot of routes that are being pulled off the road because we don't have anybody to drive them, or buses that are mechanically not able to run. And, that hurts morale. We just really need to get this done with collective bargaining. I would really appreciate being put in as soon as possible to allow us our right to collective bargaining. We also would like a meeting place. I have gone recently to City Parks and Rec and was told that other departments have used the city facilities, that they're not currently able to be rented right now, which I was willing to do. I was informed today that they couldn't help me out. So, we've been going outside to try to meet, or, out in the parking lot. I know that we've gotten support from you guys from what I was told that we could unionize, and you're fully supporting of that. So as some good faith, could we please use the meeting room up at Avon Street? Director Garland has said that we can't do that right now. And that is a big issue with us as far as trying to organize and get people together. We all work long schedules. Right now, we all have one common day off, and that's a Sunday. And it makes it real difficult to try to find a place to meet. So I just wanted to say that we really need to get this collective bargaining ordinance passed and done as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. So that's our first list of 8. We then come to our wait list. The first name on the wait list is Tom Randolph. Mr. Randolph, are you with us?
I do not see Tom in the list.
Okay.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
if I could, the wait list is usually for replacing people who are not able to speak in the first 8 slots.
Ah, okay. All right. So
So
I guess,
everyone else should raise their hand to speak.
okay. So we go back to the raise your hand thing if you would like to speak. And I'll let David, I'll let you take it from there.
Alrighty, first person with their hand raised is Mark Zollenhofer. Mark, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mark Zollenhofer. I'm a member of the Charlottesville Area Tree Stewards. And by virtue of that, I'm also a liaison member of the Tree Commission. And I wanted to speak in support of the report that was given by the Tree Commission this evening. And just to give you a piece of information that was new to me that I found very helpful, and that was that there's been some research in the last few years that indicates that wherever there are areas of heat islands in cities, and I think research was done in Richmond in the last few years, that indicates that trips to the emergency room and 911 EMT calls, when they're mapped against city neighborhoods and the tree canopy maps are overlaid with those calls for health assistance, that there's almost a one-to-one correspondence with low disadvantaged community neighborhoods with tree cover and with health issues. And so the Venable playground that Peggy Veniaris showed you about the temperature difference last summer of 20 degrees between the shaded playground and the unshaded playground gives us an indication in our city of areas where we are going to have health concerns that relates to climate issues that can be mitigated by trees. And so with the number of speakers this evening who have talked about some of these issues, I just thought it would be good to highlight the fact that when we talk about low-income housing and putting some priorities on that, one of the unforeseen developments that might come in 10 or 15 years is that when we put in low-income housing and we leave trees out, it'll be similar to what the redlining did with insurance and real estate back in earlier generations. And so as we, as a city, address the issue of low-income housing, it seems like as a matter of equity that we should also include in the priorities the health factors that trees provide. So I don't need to carry this on any further, but did want to draw attention to the fact that these equity issues of economics and health can be mitigated by the inexpensive, relatively speaking, provision of additional trees and preservations of the ones we already have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zollenhofer.
Next person to speak is Emily Yen. Emily, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hello, my name is Dr. Emily Yen. I'm a Charlottesville resident. I really appreciate the council's support for collective bargaining and strongly urge you to pass ATU's ordinance or a version of this ordinance that would allow municipal workers to fairly collective bargain with the city. I see this as a very important matter that should be addressed in a very timely manner, and urge you to move forward expeditiously as the city is planning its budget. I strongly urge you to budget enough funds to cover the cost of any personnel that is needed for the city to collectively bargain with its workers. The status quo right now is not acceptable, and delaying a decision is preventing hardworking city employees to not earn a family supporting wage that would enable them to live in the city of Charlottesville. For many, many workers, we heard several months ago testimony from CAT drivers who have to work multiple jobs, who have to move outside of the city in order to support their families. And that isn't right from an ethical standpoint, as well as from the standpoint of public safety. We want to be able to offer jobs for our bus drivers to only have to hold on to one job. This is in the public's best safety. You want to make sure that anyone using these services can be transported safely, and just the current status quo does not just puts the economic livelihood of these workers and their families at high risk, but it also puts the public at risk. And so I really urge you to make collective bargaining a priority in the 2022 fiscal budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yen, Dr. Yen.
Next up is Ralph Brown. Ralph, you have 3 minutes with council.
Mayor Snook and to the council, my reason for wanting to talk to you today is to seek support for a resolution to honor my father, the Reverend C.H. Brown, in February of each year. His birthday is February the 2nd, 1907. And I'm seeking a path forward to present a number of historical documents that that we have in our possession to the city that would just commemorate the work that he did. I have the building code of the city of Charlottesville for 1952. And I'm sure that there are a number of persons mentioned in that building code. Right on the front is R.E. Lee Jr., the general contract, people who composed and put the manual together in 1949. In addition to that, a profile manual the city used to put out concerning just living in the city. It was called a community profile, and was published in April of 1975. And the last document that I have with me tonight is actually an original contract that my dad had with the Charlottesville City Schools for the demolition of buildings where Jefferson School currently stands. And this document is dated May 14th, 1957. Certainly, I'm looking to try to get to raise the awareness of the work of my dad, and I'm collaborating with the Neighborhood Association, the Venerable Neighborhood Association, in order to try to create a historic district to remember those houses that actually still stand in that neighborhood. As some of you may know, he was a builder, original builder, and pastored the Holy Temple Church of God in Christ on the corner of 12th Street and Ross Avenue. And I do want to thank council for already honoring him by the honorary street name for Ross Avenue. But in addition to that, looking at just the current things that we can present to council and looking for an opportunity to come before council to do that presentation. And that is my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Next person to speak is Robin Hoffman. Robin, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say congratulations to C3 is going to be at the Jefferson Heritage at Display. C3, by the way, is a community climate collaborative group, I think.
Yep.
So I worked with them, helped get petition for businesses to get on board with their energy savings and give them ideas how to retrofit their facilities and stuff like that. The very strong leadership has been part of our community actions, giving Terry Kent and Susan Cruz. And then they all volunteered to join C100 with Donna, and Emily Little was a director for a while. She was on my TV show, you can watch it. And it describes really all these things that people are trying to bring to everybody's attention. That really, I'm speaking to the choir, but it took somebody like Generation 180, Apex supported group. I volunteered for them. We got a whole bunch of names so that solar would be put on the schools. And it took about 3 years. But anyway, these things are available. And these are our leaders. And congratulations to Mr. Winslet, our CPA TV producer and great leader and royalty, really. And Andy Copeland, she is doing leadership and Chamber of Commerce. It's just really, really wonderful stuff is going on. But we really have to pay attention. Oil is the key here at this war again. And the buses and things that we can do to fix, the usage of this oil that we're going back to war. Just think about it. And all the things that I just spoke of that people are trying to do for the last 3 years can't be supported unless everyone talks to their kids, tries to do the recycling in their community, plant your trees, and, just pay attention and vote. I'm really annoyed. The leadership that we had in the House of Delegates, Sally Hudson, please, we need to vote because we have to be able to move on, progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Next person to speak is Caetano de Campos Lopez. You have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you so much. Hi, council members, city staff. I would like to share a perspective that I moved to Charlottesville 4 years ago. And when I moved to Charlottesville, I was impressed by the number of forward-thinking people that I met, interested in tackle climate change, tackle this climate crisis, and understand the role in the global community, where even though effects might not be worse here, they're going to affect poor countries and women and children around the world. And we wanted to contribute to tackle that. Since then, in 2019, the city has committed to reducing its climate emissions by 45% by 2030, and 100% by 2050. Very bold, very ambitious. Before that, it was only, the city had a goal before that, which was 10% of reductions with respect to 2000 by 2035. So the goal is incredibly more ambitious right now. But I've also, during these 4 years, been visiting the city's website on a regular basis. And the incentives, the projects, the actions that actually are engaging with community members and allowing them to reduce their emissions have not changed at all. We don't have more programs going on. We have a huge promise, but we have no actions actually being placed. We just faced the comprehensive plan process. We just faced the zoning process. We are just talking about major decisions right now related to transportation and transit, and there is no climate action plan to help us make the right decision with respect to climate. And by the way, I wanted to show our support. My name is Caetano de Campos Lopez. I'm with C3, which Robin just mentioned. And I want to show our support to the transit workers wanting to improve their working conditions, because that's key for us to tackle climate change in the future, to have a transit system that works well with employees in good conditions and shape. That's key for equity, right? And yeah, so I think it's very important that we finally find a solution for that. We are in budget season right now. Let's just see what's needed for this climate action plan, for this climate mitigation plan, more importantly, to be done this year, so that new projects can come along, projects that are related to affordable housing, projects that are related with transit, projects that are related with many different areas, but they need to have climate guidance, a climate lens, and for that we need to troubleshoot that situation. And let's just think how much it's going to cost and solve it, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Robin Haynes. Robin, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hello, I'm Robin Haynes, 1709 East Market Street. I'm the president of the Charlottesville Area Tree Stewards. I'm here to ask you give the full amount the Tree Commission asks for to keep maintaining the trees we have, remove the dying and dead ash trees, which are getting dangerous. We all saw how much damage we had this winter. I'm so grateful to your staff for all the work cleaning up. Trees are vital to us. These are difficult times. There are over 140 tree stewards here. Yesterday, 14 of us cut heavy ivy off of trees by the Y in McIntyre Park. Tomorrow, I will report to members that the long line of mature oaks on Garrett Street are coming down due to the city's approval, your approval of an architectural design. They will be really sorry to hear this. Whether due to an underground stream or residents preferring buildings with no setback from the street, the loss of these 40 to 50-year-old trees is a hardship for the majority of this community. For many people in Charlottesville, the trees do their share to counter climate change. This street will soon be hot. Pavement and buildings are what we will see. If you plant trees in a small space, they're likely to be small trees. Even if you plant oaks, they will not provide shade on that street like these do for another 35 years. It sounds like you've written the trees off. Plans have been made. I believe you have the power to stop the trees from being cut down. Push the plan back a short amount of footage from the sidewalk. Please think about this.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
And Joy Johnson had her hand raised as well. Joy, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening. My name is Joy Johnson. I am a public housing resident. I reside at 802A Hardy Drive. Calling tonight to ask you to fund the the money for housing, the 10 million. And here's why it's important. When our children, one of the things I don't like is when one organization pit another organization when it has to do with low-income people or people of poverty. Yes, the school system, children go to that school system, but they don't sleep, they don't eat in the school, they have to go home and they have to go somewhere. Affordable housing is very, very necessary. Also, I will continue to say that you all need to define affordable housing. You need to define affordable housing. Tax credit is for 60% of the area median income. HUD's definition is 80% of the area median income. A lot of our folks and a lot of my peers does not make over $25,000 a year or even $20,000 a year. $20,000 a year. So when you are building all these tax credit properties without having deeply affordable other funding with it to make it deeply affordable, it is just pushing other people out of the city. You need to look at what the CRHA is doing. CRHA is doing something very unique that nobody's even talking about what they're doing. With the little crumbs that they get from the city, we appreciate it, but it could be supported a little bit more because we are increasing affordable housing. We're going from 58 units to 113 units. We've put up 63 brand new units, and Crescent Halls is rehab. And now we're going to 6th Street. So we are, and the residents is very much involved in this, but nobody's talking about that. And so I just want to ask you all to please fund the affordable housing. Again, I don't think we should be pitting school against housing. I think both are necessary and we should find a way to do both. Thank you. And I want to lift up the women from South First Street who have helped to design their community. And I also want to lift up the women who are helping to design their community in 6th Street. I think you all need to pay attention to it. Mr. Michaels, you need to reach out to CRHA and you need to see what the women are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
There is one slot remaining in the speaker queue and no hands raised. If you would like to speak, you may press the raise hand icon. Or if you're joining us by phone, you can press *9. And no one is raising their hand.
No takers. Okay, so we'll close community matters. Let's see, it's about 7:30. At this point, I'm supposed to ask whether anybody needs to take a break. Should we just press on? Or are we all good? All right, pressing on. First action item, 605 Preston Place appeal of the Board of Architectural Review approval. The order of business, let's see, first, the staff, Jeff Werner, will have 10 minutes to present the staff report and the BAR's decision. The appellant, which in this case are the people who oppose the project, will have 10 minutes to respond. The BAR chair will have 5 minutes to share the BAR's comments. And I was asked, and I agree, I checked with a couple of counselors, we agreed, this is an unusual situation because normally we have, normally it's the property owner, it's the applicant for the proposal who is appealing. This is not that situation. So I told them that I would allow them a few minutes after the BAR chair has spoken. I would ask them, first of all, to recognize that in all likelihood, both Mr. Werner and the BAR will have made essentially the points that they would be making. So I would ask them to keep it brief and just respond, perhaps if there are things that we have heard for the first time tonight that you feel I need to respond to. This is not a public hearing, so that is the extent of what will be presented to council, aside from answering any questions that councilors might have. I will tell everybody I have gotten, and every other counselor too has gotten, probably 10 or 15 emails, most of them against the project that's in question. I've read them all, paid attention to them, responded to some of the people in some cases. So we are aware of the things that you are telling us. Mr. Warner, you want to start us off?
Well, I'll try. Thank you, Mr. Snook. I had sent something to David Delahunt. I don't know if he received it. So just some images to share. I know I'm speaking to you all, but also to probably characterize this project. And I also been trying to summarize 23 pages of comments into a few minutes. So I'm going to give it a try here. So good evening. I'm Jeff Warner. I'm the city's preservation and design planner, and among several duties that I and my colleague Robert Watkins serve as, we serve as the staff for the Board of Architectural Review, which is the BAR. And so I have 10 minutes to introduce this project, summarize our response to the appeal before you tonight. And with that, I can't cover all aspects of the BAR's purview, nor to provide a detailed summary of their review of this project, which involved roughly 6 hours of discussions over the course of 4 BAR meetings. And the project is a proposed 3-story apartment building. It's located on a parcel at 605 Preston Place. The property is within the Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood ADC District. And as such, it's subject to BAR review. Also on this property is Windhurst, which is a home constructed in 1857. And it was formerly the manor house of a 102-acre farm. And hang on, David, I'll get to those in a minute and tell you when to click. The project was presented to the BAR in September 2020, May 2021, August 2021, and October 2021. And at the October meeting, the BAR approved a certificate of appropriateness, finding that the project satisfied the review criteria and was compatible with this property and with the district. And that approval was subsequently appealed by several homeowners and residents on Preston Place. As I stated in the staff report and the comments, which I'll try to summarize shortly, staff recommends that council affirm the BAR's approval of the COA for this project. And again, I recognize my response was organized to the 19 items that were in the appellant's letter. At 8,000 words, I'll do my best to try and summarize that. So, for example, if I say design guidelines, I'm referring to the ADC district design guidelines. Certainly, if you have any questions later, you can ask. And also, I know I'm going to have to paraphrase tonight. Hopefully, I won't make any errors, but in the case that I do, I want to make sure that my submitted comments serve as the formal record for this. So very quickly, just to locate where we are, and David, I'll have you flick through these. The first one, this is that Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood ADC District. Click, David. This property is within the northern part of that, and you can see there is the parcel 605 is the Windhurst house, and the new in gray is approximately the footprint of the new project. Next slide. So Windhurst was originally a property, not just the house. It was a roughly 100-acre property that is now, I think, the Preston Heights area of the city. So this is a site that's changed dramatically since construction. Next, please. So the project design, and I'll try to walk through quickly from 3 different views. So go to the next one. So this is the view, next, David. Yeah, view from the east. This is the original or existing. You see Windhurst there as you're standing on Preston Place. Next slide. This is what the BAR saw in September 2020, preliminary discussion. Next slide was the progression into May. And the next slide, August, and then wrapping up with the design in October that was approved. And just quick, go to the next one more. Next one. So this is a view from the southwest. This is the other side of Preston Place. It's a loop. You can see Windhurst there in the back of the lot. Again, go to the first slide. Next slide is what the BAR saw in May. After some discussions, it was brought back again in August. The next slide. And then the green didn't go over so well. And the next slide is what was presented in October and was ultimately approved. So I'll just stop there, and there are additional images we can certainly go to if you have any questions. But just to and I don't know what the clock is, but I'm going to give myself, see how far I get in 3 minutes, but just to respond to the.
You've used about 4 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Responding to the applicant or to the appellant, and I'm sorry, and thank you, Mr. Snook, for making that clear. The appellant is not the applicant. So this is unusual for a BAR appeal. But the first item was that the ADC district guidelines were not properly applied. Staff's response is that, as the BAR stated in its motion, it did consider the guidelines and found that this project satisfied their criteria and was compatible with the district. The second item was that the footprint and the massing of the new structure were not in harmony with the district. To be clear, the design guidelines are intended to be flexible, and they're flexible enough to both respect historic properties and to embrace future and new design. So the BAR staff reports summarized the design materials, architectural elements relative to the design guidelines. So the BAR reviewed all of that, and you've seen, and they determined that all of those were compatible with the district. It includes the footprint, includes the massing, and includes the scale. It was stated that new apartments are not consistent with the city's affordable housing goals. BAR does not evaluate uses. This is about the design, and how a property or structure will be used is not part of that consideration. Item 4 was that the new structure will remove a portion of Wyndhurst West Terrace. As I stated, the context of Wyndhurst has changed dramatically, and we can assume that the adjacent grade and even that terrace are not recent or contemporary, but we have no historic documentation of what the original landscape was. And in fact, the original facade of the historic house faces the back of Preston Court Apartments, and the original, one of the east side facade does still face Preston Place, and the original rear faces a house at 611 Preston Place. The comment was made that the height and width of the new structure will obscure Wyndhurst. The BAR, gets into the height and width. BAR looked at the building height. It's consistent. Sorry, my list seems to be off here. The height and width are consistent with the design guidelines. And I was going to say that the obscuring of Wyndhurst, when you view this from the east, the new building is actually behind Wyndhurst. And certainly when viewed from the west, the new structure will somewhat obscure the view. Again, comments about the footing, footprint, and the side spacing, BAR reviewed those consistent with the guidelines. The design and massing, BAR reviewed those consistent with the guidelines. One of the comments was about the application of Secretary of the Interior standards. And to be clear, those are federal guidelines, and they're viewed as they're advisory. They are not prescriptive. The comment about the new structure should be redesigned. Again, the BAR approved this after review of the guidelines. Items 10 through 12 were citations from the city's design guideline and code, so no comment there. There was a question about maintenance repair. Staff will acknowledge that per the COA. Item 14 addressed that the setback and spacing was not per design guidelines. Again, the setbacks were established by zoning, and with those, BAR determined the building as designed, as placed, and as oriented was compatible with the historic district. And then items 15 through 19, again, were more citations from the design guidelines, so no staff comments on those. So very, very rapid whirlwind summary there. Is there anything I can share? I do have images of what was approved, and if the context of that neighborhood, if they would be helpful. Otherwise, I hand it back to you all.
Very nice. 8.5 minutes.
I had to call my mom and tell her that.
So if there's any questions right now, or we can ask questions of Mr. Werner later on when we've heard from everybody. Everybody good right now?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I just wanted to know, did the bar find any issues? And if so, were those issues then dealt with correctly by the applicant, not the appellant?
So all I can say is that in September 2020, as required, it came to the BAR as a preliminary discussion. And then there was input given. There was followed by a meeting in May where there was a formal submittal. BAR gave a lot of feedback that's reflected in minutes. There were changes, came back at August. There were changes in BAR's discussion, and there was public comment. And in October, what came to the BAR, they determined it was compatible. So I would say yes, they were responsive. The applicant was responsive to what the BAR requested of them.
You good?
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay. Any other question right now, or we're ready to move on to the appellants and their view of things? Okay. Who will be speaking to us from the appellant side of things? I know Ms. Turner, Mr. Getty were among the appellants. Are either of you all going to be addressing us?
I'm Elizabeth Turner. I live at 630 Preston Place. I filed the application. And I am ceding my time to Larry Getty and Christine Colley.
Great. Okay, you all have 10 minutes. We can't hear if anybody's trying to speak to us.
Can we?
There we go.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
This is Larry Getty with Christine Colley, my neighbor. We are okay. We have started video. Start my video. Okay. We actually feel that the Board of Architectural Review did not really explain their decisions as to why the number of elements that Jeff Warner discussed actually do satisfy the guidelines. The building, just looking at it, is very much larger than the Windhurst. It certainly blocks the view from all but the east side. It is larger, it is taller, it is much more massive. We do not see it as we just simply have not had an explanation as to how this satisfies the architectural guidelines.
Historic.
The architectural district guidelines. So I want to just point out that we were trying to cite these guidelines and the way what they in fact describe. The building as designed is a big brick block. It is totally out of place with the buildings that are on three sides of the site. Granted, there is a very large apartment building on Grady Avenue, but this building it's as though it were an extension of that rather than a response to the structures that surround it. We are also just arguing that approving this as the Board of Architectural Review recommends will set a really bad precedent, because basically what it means is that new construction really does not need to follow the architectural guidelines that, say, homeowners in this district would have to follow. It is very important to emphasize that this is a historic district, and the ignoring these guidelines basically will completely vitiate the historic character of the neighborhood. And what we point out in our message is that it is already being used. The decision of the BAR is already being used this way on Wirtland Street for a proposed building that will basically dwarf the original house on Wirtland. Quite fine historical structure. That said, I am going to yield to my colleague, Christine.
I'm Christine Colley. I live at 611 Preston Place, immediately to the north of Windhurst. And we will be close to the catty-cornered from the proposed building eventually. The two oldest houses in the district are adjacent to the proposed building, and that is a key point in our appeal and in our response at this point. We're confident the BAR has, as it states, considered concerns about scale, massing, and spacing of the proposed building. There are buildings in the district that are placed close together. The proposed building is similar to the neighboring Preston Court apartments in some aspects of scale, roof shape, and dominance of structure over setting. However, the Preston Court Apartments is not typical of Preston Place area in general, and it is not at all similar to the two oldest buildings in the historic district, which are also adjacent to the site. In our view, loose parallels to an atypical area building are not sufficient to demonstrate that the proposed building is in harmony with its historic neighbors. The guidelines, as cited in our appeal, states that the historic district is not uniform. A loose interpretation of standards might be sufficient for much evolved areas, but areas with a high concentration of historic resources require sensitive and rigorous applications of the standards. The area around 605 Preston Place is such a concentration. Our appeal is not about imposing conformity to historical styles on new building. We welcome increased density, economic and ethnic diversity, and varied architectural styles. Indeed, all those trends have been in progress since the Quarters, the oldest house in the district at 611, was built in the early 19th century. The Quarters once sat on a 500-acre farm, down to about 100 when Windhurst was built. The farm was owned by the Kelly and Norris families who lived on Court Square. It is a small vernacular board and batten building like many others that could be seen quietly disintegrating in fields a century ago. The Quarters survived by the grace of an accident. When Windhurst, the first house in the area designed for landowners to actually live in, was built in the 1850s, the neighboring older house was repurposed as a dwelling for the slaves of the grander house, and perhaps for a time as its kitchen. What began as a shelter for farm labor is now an urban home for retired academics. Survival entails change. Charlottesville is not a museum. True preservation is neither appropriate nor possible in a vibrant living neighborhood. The goal of historic districts is not to freeze an area in an era, but to manage its evolution without losing the variety that is built into the past. The historic district has been home to slaves, wealthy planters, academic pioneers, and urban workers. Architectural survivors of another time enrich us by making stories of these people visually present. When my husband and I opened walls and floors of 611 Preston Place for rehabilitation, we saw axe-hewn tree trunk floor joists, hand-packed clay insulation, and chestnut log foundations. Those details preserve something of the people who built the house and lived in it. Stories are as much in the relationships among buildings as in the details that recall the workmanship of the builders. Some years ago, developers at 605 proposed moving Windhurst to the vacant lot at the bottom of the block. One objection was that so doing would lose the relationship between Windhurst and the Quarters. The present proposal would severely reduce the visual presence of Windhurst in the neighborhood. That's the heart of our application, our appeal. It would reduce it by encroaching on the west elevation and by obscuring views of the house. The proposed building would contribute to the growth of a monoculture of expensive student housing. Student residents are part of the mix. Neighbors recently welcomed harmonious additions to the Sigma Chi house at 608 Preston Place, also right across the road from 605. We welcome students. We're concerned when development for the student market diminishes historic buildings that contribute much to the character of the area. Preservation of historic character, much like the goal of producing affordable housing, will not happen on its own as homeowners and developers pursue sometimes competing goals. In discussion of the present case over several years, the applicant has often responded to neighbors' concerns about scale and spacing with statements that the dimensions and placement of the proposed buildings are by right. So implying that these issues are not really part of the negotiations about appropriateness for the historic district. The guidelines clearly state that scale, massing, and space are important parts of the discussion, and that crowding, overshadowing, or obscuring historic buildings is not appropriate to the historic district. Thank you. Larry?
I think to sum up, we think that
About a minute left, just so you'll know.
Thank you. We think that the board's comments that as delivered by Jeff Warner just now really do not adequately explain why this totally out of scale building really does comply with the historic district guidelines. And that is the basis of our appeal of this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And finished right on time. Thank you. So we now have 5 minutes from the BAR chair.
Believe Mr. Gastinger,
There
that's
we go.
his. Is he there?
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Well, and I apologize in advance. I'm traveling, and so I made it back to my hotel room just in time. I don't have all of my normal access to documents, but my name is Brett Gastinger. I live at 612 Wine Cellar Circle in the city. So thank you to Mayor Snook and the other city councilors for the time. I serve as the chair of the BAR, and I've been on the BAR for about 5 years. Professionally, I'm a landscape architect here in Charlottesville. And I just want to note, since we don't come before you often, that we are made up of 9 citizens of Charlottesville. All of us are volunteers, and we are appointed by City Council. We work on your behalf, and for the city, we're made up of design professionals, business owners, residents of properties within historic districts. And recently you gave us 2 new members, so thank you for those appointments. As members of the BAR, we're charged not to apply our own opinions, but to rely on the provisions in the city code and the adopted guidelines that are applicable to the various city designated historic districts and properties. In fact, we are charged to approve projects unless they fail to satisfy those guidelines. We use our judgment as professionals and citizens as to the impacts of the projects on our historic fabric. So we deal with these kinds of issues all the time. We volunteer our time, and we take our roles very seriously because we think it's really critical to and important to our community. It's important that all of these stories are legible and that they're conserved for future generations. But we are part of history as well, and our community's story is always being written. Our work and our guidelines for the BAR do not mandate particular styles of architecture or prevent new buildings from being added within historic districts. And as Charlottesville continues to grow and evolve as a city, we want to make sure that it's done in a compatible way. And so this is really important work. Our guidelines provide that framework to build appropriately in and amongst our historic fabric. 605 is a really interesting project that we were familiar with and has been in front of us. This is actually the third time that it's been in front of us in the last several years, even in addition to what the current project that we were reviewing. As some of the history of the project has already been noted, it was built, the Windhurst was built in 1857, one of the oldest in the city, and it was built on 100 acres of farmland. If you could just imagine the scale of the land at that time. The change of this home and the land around it really tells the story of the early transition to a residential neighborhood, and particularly to the boarding for students, and later the transformation of the district into a residential neighborhood. Together, the buildings of Preston Court and Preston Place and Windhurst, their relationship within each other, with all of the addition of the subsequent homes, with all of the oddities and quirkiness, they together tell a fascinating, still legible story about Charlottesville's growth and development. So we reviewed this project 4 occasions. Each time materials were submitted by the architect, comment was made by the public, and we applied guidelines in our commentary and our guidance to the design team. And to the earlier question from the counselor, we made many suggestions as to ways that we felt that the project could be improved to better satisfy our design guidelines. I feel confident that that made significant improvement to the project throughout the process. And in our judgment, the changes were consistent with the guidelines. When the board performed our final review and considered the multiple changes, the project was approved and as appropriate in a unanimous vote 8-0. Further details of our discussion has been recorded and submitted in the staff report. Jeff has noted some of those. All of our minutes and recordings for the meetings are available for review. I am welcome to answer further questions as needed, but I ask you tonight to consider the care and the diligence that the Board of Architectural Review has given this matter, and to uphold our decision to grant the project at 605 Preston Place a certificate of appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gassinger. Now, as promised, if anybody from the project applicant who would like to speak for a few minutes, Mr. Riddle, I see you're up and you got your camera on.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Snook. We appreciate the time to speak. I'll keep it very brief. My name's Kevin Riddle. I work at Mitchell Matthews Architects. We represent the owner, and we've been working on this project since the summer of 2020. We've had the project in front of the BAR on many occasions. It's evolved substantially. The process has not been rushed or thoughtless. The neighbors were invited to participate in this process on multiple occasions. In addition to the 4 BAR meetings, we met with them 4 times on site. We did our utmost to conduct outreach and hear their concerns. This has been a long and carefully maintained effort. Tonight, the appellants are asking you to undo this significant effort and overturn the BAR's unanimous decision made in October. Yet they give you no compelling reasons to do so. Typically, an appeals process is warranted when one of 2 things happen. Either new information that was previously unknown comes to light, or procedural irregularities are revealed. Yet the appellant's letter presents neither of these things. Jeff Werner's comprehensive summary reflects just how thoroughly this proposal was publicly vetted. All public notices and meetings to evaluate the project were done by the book. All interested parties were given proper notice and allowed to speak freely. All materials were published in a timely manner. All deliberations were held as required. The procedure was airtight. The critiques the appellants raised in their letter and in their comments are not new information. Every observation they make now is one that they have made before, usually on multiple occasions across multiple meetings. All members of the BAR have heard their critiques before and have had ample opportunity to weigh them. In short, there's nothing new in this letter. Members of the BAR are selected specifically to be knowledgeable stewards of the city's historic neighborhoods. They are among those most familiar with the city's ADC guidelines, and they're best equipped to interpret them. We think it would be a bad precedent for their evaluations to be second-guessed whenever a neighbor or group of neighbors disagree with their interpretations. The BAR is tasked specifically with determining architectural appropriateness, so the city council doesn't have to. Yet the appellants are asking you in a single evening to reverse the BAR's judgment, which was formed after careful consideration across many separate meetings held over many months. The appellant's case in the end reflects merely a disagreement with the BAR's unanimous decision in support of the project. Nothing they write or say shows that deliberations about or applications of the city's architectural guidelines were mishandled in any way. Therefore, we see no grounds for this appeal. We think the appeal should be disregarded and the BAR's unanimous decision upheld. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Riddle. Counselors, questions for any of the folks who have just spoken?
One question relating to item 13, the maintenance of the Windhurst House. I just know reading through the notes, there was several references to possible demolition by disrepair. I'm just curious what the current state is of ensuring that that property is maintained and doesn't fall into disrepair.
I'm in the process of discussing that with our zoning folks and with the property maintenance folks. So that, I mean, to me, that's kind of outside of this. If you will deny the COA, then that sort of takes away one of the requirements. But that's, we're in the process. All I can do is tell you we can discuss that later.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I guess let's work on questions first.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I read all the comments, and the presentation tonight actually was very good. The pictures, Jeff, were great, showing the changes suggested, and as well as the comments that we received. And so I guess I just had one. Were there any residents or neighbors that supported the project, or is it one of those things you only heard from those that maybe had concerns with it?
The answer?
I don't recall.
No. The answer is no.
No. Zero.
Not a single resident supported it.
And nothing of the massing ever changed. None.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could we just perhaps point for a moment to a passage in the guidelines, which I think is at the heart of what's going on? And let me comment. There's no question in our appeal or our comments or to be read into implications or anything. There's no question that the architects and the applicant made an effort to consult with neighbors and to answer questions and to stand out in front of the building and explain what they're doing. There's no question that the BAR took considerable time and effort and represents considerable expertise. Oddly enough, we didn't think to say it, but Larry and I are both art historians. We have long careers in research universities teaching the history of architecture, among other things. And so we don't come for this from simply a neighborhood point of view. The line I want to point out to you, it's in the appeal or in the references. The ACC Design District Guidelines, Chapter 3, the proposed crowding of a contributing historic structure is visually and physically in conflict with the human scale of that's not the quotation, that the quotation should not visually overpower its historic neighboring buildings, unquote. That's kind of the essence. Those drawings look pretty much like to us like visual overpowering. They certainly obscure the views of the historic building. There's no question that buildings of a certain height and footprint are allowable in zoning. No question. That's part of the law. But there is some question whether they are appropriate in front of a historic building. The two contributing structures, individually listed buildings in the district, are adjacent to the building site. So that if any area within the historic district should be treated with an extra sensitivity, as it were, and the guidelines goes into the fact that it's not a monolith, that there are areas that can be treated a little different than others. This is the very core of the oldest buildings, Windhurst, 1857, number 611 next door, built in the early 19th century, probably around 1810, maybe earlier, maybe later, we don't know. But these are the oldest buildings in the district without question, and they are as much a part of the immediate environment as the buildings the applicants have cited as precedents for the height and mass and roof style, et cetera, of the building. No question that there are.
Let me stop you a second. This is not real. This is way beyond any question that was put. Okay.
Yeah,
I
but-
understand the argument. We actually read that argument a couple of times.
Good.
Okay. In terms of questions from counselors, I have one question for the BAR. How do you respond to those who say that the contemporary and sort of blockish building structure is just not compatible with the rest of the neighborhood?
I could try.
Is
I'm
that
sorry,
correct?
Greg. Go ahead.
Is that a question to, sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was
To the
addressed to me
BAR.
or. Yeah,
To the BAR,
I mean,
correct.
sure, I can answer that. Obviously, I think the massing and scale is really important to us, and it's absolutely important to us, or we would not have come to the conclusion that we would have. And we just ended up coming up to a different interpretation, different analysis than the appellants. And part of that scale and massing is the contemporary nature of the roof line in particular, but also the way that the building is broken down in scale. Actually, the building does several things that we thought were appropriate to this site and the challenges that it faced. It is immediately adjacent to the very large Preston Court Apartments. And so it was imperative that it started to break down the scale towards the residential, the rest of the street that is residential. And not only do a couple of the volumes step back further from the building as it moves to the north, the cornice line is also broken in several places, so it does not actually read as a solid block as it was described. We worked with the architects really carefully about regarding that point, and we found that it was compatible with the really idiosyncratic and varied nature of that street. When described as, well, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, then I had sort of the sense, and as I read through the roughly, I don't know, 8 months or so of different attempts to grapple with this project, that each successive version seemed, I don't know, it seemed better. I think you made progress with each version. And I guess my question would be one of, how did you decide, okay, this is close enough? Why, we've had 3 versions, shouldn't we have a 4th? Let's try one more time.
The way that we review the work, we're charged with approving a project unless it is found to be incompatible. We had, because we'd reviewed it so many times, we had made the suggestions that we felt were most needed to get to that point. Each of us has our own evaluation, and we voted on it independently. And by the time they had made that 4th presentation, the board felt confident enough that we were willing, both we're going to vote on it and to approve it.
I think at one point that gets made a couple times through all of this is that it's not up to you all, just like it's not up to us to design the project.
Yeah, that's always a challenge.
Yeah. Other counselors have any other questions? If not, then I would suggest we close the public discussion portion of it and then just discuss among ourselves. Counselors, any thoughts?
I have one additional question for the BAR.
Oh, okay.
As a practical matter, given that you have approved the project and found that it's not incompatible, as a practical matter, I mean, how do you even handle this going back to you, given that you've already found that it's not incompatible? And is there a precedent for that?
Not sure if I understand about what you mean by going back to us.
I think we were told that, Michael, that we are not allowed to send it back. We are allowed to either.
Sorry, my
approve or
mistake
disapprove.
then. So never mind.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So back to discussion amongst the five of us. Thoughts, anyone?
Can you hear me okay on my microphone there?
Not very well. Can you
You're
lean in
echoey
more?
still.
Say again, Sam.
That's a little better.
You're still echoey.
Okay. I'll have to take this computer into IT. I work with architects. I'm an engineer, actually a project manager, but I work with architects. And if you get 8 architects to agree on something, then that's a pretty high bar. So I feel like that the professionals that we have appointed to be on this board, we should respect their time and their expertise, and the fact that this has gone to them 3 or 4 times. And unless there's some overwhelmingly compelling reason not to, we should support the BAR's decision. And I don't see any reason why we should contravene them. The purpose of the BAR is so that those of us on council don't have to be architects. And so I think to overrule this decision goes against the purpose of that board, and it also frankly disrespects the work that they've done. You can see as you trace through the various the history of their engagement with it, that the architect took on board their suggestions, and it does seem like the end product is significantly better than where they started. So my inclination is to not override this decision by the BAR.
Other counselors?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm inclined to support this as well. I understand the concerns of the residents, but I just see no overriding reason why we shouldn't support this, particularly from what I heard that it's been to ARB 4 times. And they've met with the residents, as I understand it, as well, 4 times on site, and and so I'm prepared to support it.
Just say that they never changed the footprint.
So one thought that I wanted to just express, because it came up in the materials that we were provided, is that there was a letter submitted by attorneys for the applicant that suggested that the folks who were filing the appeal were not in fact aggrieved parties. I just wanted to put it on the record. Number one, although the issue has not been raised here tonight, I for one regard neighbors as aggrieved parties who have the right to express themselves and have a right to make an appeal. The case law that was cited by the attorney specifically distinguishes between neighbors and people who are not neighbors. And so I just wanted to make sure that folks, if to the extent that anybody else ever pays attention to what we do here, I personally believe that the right answer is that neighbors are aggrieved parties and that they had an absolute right to bring this. Ms. Robertson has come on, I'm sure is going to add the legal fillip to it. As I'm fond of pointing out, I am not the municipal lawyer here.
So as to who can bring an appeal to city council, I believe that I agree with you, Councilor Snook. I think city council has the authority to determine for itself who can bring an action and whether or not you are using the word aggrieved in the same way that a court would apply that term if someone were bringing litigation. Those are two different things. I would like to point out that there was a recent court case cited in the letter that the attorney provided, but that was a case in which the city of Alexandria used the word aggrieved in defining who can appeal a city council decision to a court. The state enabling legislation also allows city council to decide for itself who can bring an appeal from city council's decision to the circuit court. And I would just like to note, just to be clear for the record, that city council only allows appeals to the circuit court by a landowner. So although a court would normally apply a different sort of standard of standing in general to litigation, the state enabling legislation in this particular area allows city council to decide who can take an appeal from council's own decision to the circuit court, and that is only the landowner.
Right.
But as to who can ask you to review a BAR decision, I do not believe that the use of the term aggrieved has to be as restricted as it would if you were looking, if it was used in the context of who can bring a lawsuit.
Yeah. Anyway, point is, I think it's absolutely part of the scheme that neighbors be able to bring something before city council.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
can you hear me better now?
much better.
Fantastic.
Okay. Any other comments from any other counselors?
Can we please restate what it is exactly that we're voting on? We're voting to either support the appeal or reject the appeal.
Correct. And if we support the appeal, then we are basically rejecting the project.
If we reject the appeal, we are supporting Barr's decision.
Correct.
Okay.
And I will just say that I struggled for a long time, and I've sort of been thinking about this in connection with a couple of other issues also, and have basically come to a conclusion that's very similar to what has already been articulated, that I am not an architect. I don't want to substitute my own architectural judgment for anybody else's, and I have a great deal of respect. And as I listened to or read the summaries and the digests of all of the discussions, I was struck by the fact that some architects for whom I have a great deal of respect were looking at it quite critically and praising what was being done. And I would have to say that if those architects are saying good things about it, then that's a very strong recommendation to me. I don't profess to be an architect. I would vote to the contrary if something absolutely horrified me, I suppose. This certainly doesn't horrify me. I would vote that way if I thought that somebody was applying an incorrect legal standard. That is not the situation here. So I would support the BAR's vote on this.
May I make a motion?
Please.
Thank you. I would like to move I make a motion to approve a certificate of appropriateness. That would be backing the bar's decision,
Right. Okay,
to be clear.
is there a second to that motion? Vice Mayor Wade has his hand up. Is that a second?
Yes.
Okay. All right, is any other discussion on the motion?
Seeing the motion you just read, is that what's in the agenda memo?
Yes, it's the first one. I move to approve
Okay.
The certificate of appropriateness.
certificate of appropriateness, saying that the project has met our standards and that we say it can move forward.
Yes, okay. That's been
At least
moved
from a
and
historic
seconded.
perspective.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Ms. Thomas, you want to call the roll?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Let's see. It's now about 8:20. We still good? Keep going, folks? Anybody need a break for 5 minutes?
Thank you all and good evening.
Thank you. Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to the next item, collective bargaining. City Manager Rogers, Deputy City Manager Marshall will present to us.
Yes, I'm pairing with the city attorney on this. I will give some overview remarks. As you know, for a long time, the state of Virginia did not allow local governments to engage in collective bargaining with their employees. But in April 2020, the legislature amended the statute to expressly grant authority to local governing bodies to make their own local decisions as to whether or not to implement collective bargaining. At this time, only the city of Alexandria and Loudoun County have taken the step forward to establish a collective bargaining ordinance. Neither of the state government associations, VML nor VACO, have developed a model ordinance for collective bargaining in Virginia. So we are faced with a challenge of stepping forward without the pathway being clearly defined. I note that unlike many states where collective bargaining is authorized, that the state of Virginia in this move did not establish a statewide labor relations entity to provide guidance to the local governments and how we should proceed. I think that our consideration is that we should take some time to study what's required and the impact it will have on the city. I note that 2 employee organizations have requested recognition, and they are waiting to hear from the council. But it is my considered opinion, given my own experience in collective bargaining, that we need some time here to put the infrastructure in place so that we can step out on our best foot to move forward with a collective bargaining infrastructure that will be beneficial to the employees, their representation, and to the city. City Attorney, would you like to pick it up from there?
Yes, hello. Within your agenda materials this evening, as you'll note, there are two separate actions for your consideration. One will deal specifically with the Amalgamated Transit Union's proposal asking you to enact a specific ordinance. And then the second is a consideration of a resolution affirming your intention to explore the implementation of collective bargaining. Both of these things are needed tonight. The first because there is a time clock associated with your consideration of a specific ordinance. And the second is really to clarify that in order to move forward with a bona fide exploration of this matter, there's going to have to be a monetary component of that. And so in that regard, the resolution that's before you tonight is a little bit more practical than the resolution that the prior council enacted last fall. And it really affirms that in order to actually start these studies, that some additional resources will be needed. So we've tried to set these materials up for you in a way that'll help set up the steps that are necessary to make some progress.
Okay, anything more, Mr. City Manager?
I think the city attorney has set it up, and now we are ready to answer any questions that you may have, and as you consider this matter.
Well, one question I have is I know we're still a week and a half or so away from receiving your budget, but it seems clear that some amount of money is going to need to be set aside to begin this effort, whether it is from the staffing on our side to be able to handle what is going to happen with collective bargaining, or whether it's in terms of getting a consultant or someone whose brain we can pick to get to the right ordinance. Without asking you to give away the farm, can you give us an idea of whether there will be something in the budget that we'll be getting in the next 10 days that will start addressing those issues?
Yes.
Okay.
We will come forward with a proposal that will allow us to prepare for putting the infrastructure in place for the city's collective bargaining infrastructure.
So the questions that folks were asking at the beginning of, promise us you're going to do this, do this, do this, do this, without getting into the details, we're going to be taking steps that will start in their direction.
Yes, as in the budget, as well as in this resolution, because
Right.
there are funds that we've identified currently that we can begin once you approve this to start this fiscal year, not just waiting until July, but start as soon as possible to identify the expertise needed to assist us with this process. And also we can begin to look for the personnel we need to support this effort as well.
Okay, so I guess it has been teed up for us as two separate issues that we have to vote on.
Yes.
The first is a motion not to adopt the proposed collective bargaining ordinance that was received by City Council on October 29th, 2021. The second is to adopt a resolution that basically says we're going to get there.
Yes, that's correct.
And let me say, I am, although I took a labor law course 43 years ago, I'm not going to claim that I remember very much of it at all. The one thing that I do remember is that as I looked at this ordinance, I thought, I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. So I am going to be relying on expertise that I clearly do not have.
Right.
And
I'm not in a position to be able to say that this ordinance that has been proposed to us is a good ordinance or a bad ordinance, but it is something that I think that folks who do know this sort of stuff would look at and say, let's consider that along with some other ideas. And so, although I would not recommend that we adopt this ordinance, I also don't think it's going to go in the trash can or the paper shredder.
No, certainly the ordinance provides a framework, but embedded there are a lot of questions and decisions that council has to make in terms of the scope of collective bargaining, what you bargain on, because under the state law, council has been permitted to make that determination. And so these are things that you could, and how you resolve grievances as well. The ordinance contemplates an arbitration process that may or may not be where council comes down. So I think that through a considered process with the appropriate labor expertise, we can come back to you and tee up those decisions so that you can decide what you believe is the best approach for the collective bargaining infrastructure in Charlottesville.
Other counselors have comments or questions? Let's take the first issue first about the proposed ordinance.
So this is the ordinance that was proposed in October.
Correct.
Yes.
And the resolution just suggests we say no for now.
Yeah, I support that.
Would you like to make a motion to that effect?
I have one question, Mayor.
Sure.
Smith. You touched on it a little bit, but is there any sense of timeline in terms of, if we go the route of a consultant to craft a different ordinance? Because I just want to acknowledge, we're approaching a year since we were first approached about this and 6 months since the transit union specifically. So is there any sense of timeline or a way that we could expect like 3 months from now or something, like a status update report to us, just so the ball is moving forward?
Yeah. I can assure you that the ball will move forward. I think that it will take us 30 to 45 days to complete the selection of a consultant, and then give the consultant some time, to work internally with the employees and across the departments, and for us to come back to you with a framework that we think is workable, going forward. So I think the timeline will be, as soon as you approve, we get to work, and we'll try to get this done in 90 days as an outside, to come back to you for an ordinance to be put before you for adoption.
So, Mr. Rogers, I'm looking in the packet and trying to remember things that I read. There's some funds we have available now,
Yes.
right, that would let us engage a consultant to help craft an appropriate resolution in 90
Yes.
days.
That's correct.
And we can do that in this fiscal year. We don't have to wait to the end of this, to the start
That's
of the
correct.
next.
And what's next fiscal year is the staff we would need to add to the city, to carry out this function for us.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you. That expectation of timeline is very helpful. And the second last question I have on this ordinance piece is, I guess maybe more a comment. Given that, this is delayed, I would think it could be a show of good faith just to be working with our employees to be able to access city spaces, just as a show of good faith that we're wanting to work with them and move things along. But I know that's a whole separate thing.
You're
Is
right.
that an issue of COVID and our meeting procedures, or what?
I think that has to be taken into consideration, and frankly, I want to, I heard the requests that were made about access, to employees, access to the general manager, et cetera. I would think we'd be well advised to move more slowly in that regard until we have established this collective bargaining structure. We want to do it right from the beginning. And I think that we should be a little more deliberate in terms of that. With respect to access and meetings, as long as it meets the COVID requirements that are currently in place, we can make some accommodation for employees to meet off-site, not at the work site, to discuss among themselves what they need, what they'd like to discuss in terms of organization. That's my reaction at this point.
Is there a reason not to allow them to meet on the worksite property? Because as I recall, one of their specific requests was that they wanted to be able to meet on some city property, and I don't remember the details of it, but that was the essence of what I was remembering.
Yes, that came from Transit, and they specifically asked to meet with the general manager. And at this point, we haven't defined what the discussion would be. Okay. And what the terms of bargaining will be. And that's all prerequisite before you sit down and start bargaining. So I'm not certain, what the conversation would really be about at this point until, and don't want to give it away until we define. You had the right to define what the parameters of collective bargaining will be.
Right. But I had the sense, maybe I was mishearing, that part of what they wanted to do was simply to be able to meet in a meeting room at the job site, not for the purposes of meeting with Mr. Williams, but for them to have their own meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And that they were being told by Mr. Williams that they couldn't do that, and that he couldn't agree with that unless he was authorized from higher up, which would presumably be either us or you.
Let's just say we will work through that.
I mean, that seems to me to be something that it ought to be able to be worked out. Let me put it that way.
We can work through that.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll also, the representative who spoke with you earlier was suggesting that that's not collective bargaining, but until you adopt an ordinance, the enabling legislation talks about not recognizing a union or an employee association as a bargaining agent. And I think that there are, unless and until you adopt an ordinance in Virginia, historically, that sort of activity has not been considered lawful. So we'll take a look at it, and we maybe check in with some other communities that have already worked through this process, are a little bit farther along than we are. And as Mr. Rogers said, we can work through that question.
Okay.
And we'll keep you advised of how we.
Thank you. So can we get the first motion in?
Sure, I'll do it. I move not to approve the collective bargaining ordinance presented to City Council on October 29, 2021 by Mr. John Ertl, representing the Amalgamated Transit Union on behalf of a majority of members of the Charlottesville Area Transit.
Is there a second to that motion?
That was Vice Mayor Wade as a second. Okay.
Okay. Is there discussion of the motion now that it's been moved and seconded?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, will we have, and the goal is to within 90 days, if we approve this later tonight. I just feel like, with the consultant or staff, that we need to have a work session, or, maybe it could be part of the meeting, that we really kind of talk through this as, I don't know if it, that if we hire some outside help to do this, that they're going to be working with the applicants for this, and if we should wait until they're done, or throughout, as they're kind of working through the issues, that we chime in then, or, at the end. It really doesn't make any difference to me, but I just think that, again, the eyes of Virginia may be looking at us for this, because I know that we're not going to be the first, but there's not a lot, and a lot of people will be looking at, how we did this.
Well, at least one possibility is if we look at it in terms of it would be 30 days or so before we would line up somebody to serve in this capacity. If it's another 30 days before they get kind of ready enough to engage with council as opposed to staff, I mean, they would engage with staff first. That's 60 days. And finally, that's the time when we're out of the budget season. We're going to have more than enough meetings between now and April 15th without adding a work session on collective bargaining. But if we add it afterwards at the end of April, early May, that would make sense both in terms of their workflow and ours.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion moved and seconded. Is there other discussion? Are we ready to vote? Ms. Thomas, call the roll.
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Next related item is the appropriation of $625,000 to a collective bargaining project, and doing so within the city's capital projects fund. Any further discussion, any further presentation necessary from the city manager on this?
No, that amount is, it's an upper limit. With that, we would, that's the work to engage someone and to do the work. I don't know if it's going to take that amount, but that amount was available. And if we don't use it all, then we can reappropriate it to another worthy, requirement in the budget. I think this comes from Lisa or Ashley, maybe. We got this from the capital budget for funds reserved, I think, from the compensation study. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Right.
Council previously had allocated funding towards the class and compensation study that is housed within our CIP. What we did is, honestly, we took half of that amount, having information on how much at least the initial class and compensation study roughly will cost from Gallagher. We felt that we would have plenty of space to get that study done in an accurate way for our employees as well as for council's review. And the additional funding that we are requesting to be put in the space for collective bargaining, again, is just half of that amount so that we can start working on both tasks simultaneously with already existing money. So this is not taking anything from anywhere else. It's just having you all to reappropriate part of that funding from class and comp to collective bargaining.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Snook, I believe we missed the second recommendation or the second motion from the first part, unless I missed it.
That's what we're coming to right now, as I understand it. Is there a second?
No, I don't.
There was a second motion to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to move forward. And then there are two different resolutions. One is to
Oh, I see.
reallocate appropriated money. And the other is a resolution outlining how the city manager is going forward.
Right.
Okay, you're right, Councilor Payne, page 187 of the packet. There's another recommended motion in there. Do you want to make that motion?
Sure. I move to adopt a resolution affirming City Council's intention to explore implementation of collective bargaining for City of Charlottesville employees.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
Okay, that motion also passes 5-0. Thank you for calling our attention to that, because I was skipping ahead to the next memo. So now we're back to the question of the memo or the motion for spending the money. Is that?
This is a first of two readings.
It's first of two readings. Okay, so we just say yes and let's go on to the second reading next time around. That's great. Okay, let's see.
Does anybody not want it to go on the consent agenda?
I'm fine with it on the consent agenda.
I mean, just usually we ask
Yeah.
to make sure.
Yeah, I think
I'm
we're
fine with
good.
that.
Consent agenda it is. Okay, next, city council calendar and procedures. Ms. Robertson?
All right, let me get to. So as noted in your agenda memo, we are following up on some matters that were previously discussed or acted upon in January. So earlier in January, you adopted a resolution to establish all of the regular meeting dates, times, and locations for the calendar year. That establishing those dates by a resolution is something that's called for by state law. And so subsequent to your approval of the meeting dates, times, and locations for calendar year 22, at your retreat at the end of January, you discussed the possibility of, instead of having only one of your meetings begin at 4 o'clock, having both of your monthly meetings start at 4 o'clock. So this is another item in which you're going to have a couple of things to talk about. So we have presented to you a resolution to be amended. Once you adopt the resolution establishing your meeting dates for the calendar year, that serves as your public notice of those meeting dates and time for the whole year. So you don't have to publish it in the newspaper every time. So if you change something about that, you've got to amend the resolution or make that change by a resolution. And so on page 206 of your agenda packet, you'll see that the first recommendation that staff has is a recommendation that you approve the resolution that's in your packet to amend the times at which certain of your regular meetings will begin during calendar year 22. And so in this instance, the only thing that's changed since the first resolution you adopted is to say that the third Monday will also start at 4 o'clock. So your resolution gets a lot simpler. All of your meetings start at 4 o'clock on all of the dates throughout the calendar year. The second resolution is actually every year or when you revise your council meeting rules and procedures, those are in writing, so you adopt those by a resolution. And so also in your packet is a second resolution that we've put forward in an attempt to update your meeting procedures so they reflect all of the things that you decided in January and at your retreat to do. And those things include making sure that your meeting procedures accurately reflect how agendas are actually assembled and put together so that they reflect multiple sessions during the course of a single meeting that now begins at 4 o'clock. You also, the only real substantive change that you discussed at your retreat on January 26 was a desire to discuss limiting speakers during community matters at the end of to those individuals who did not get a chance to speak in the first community matters segment. So the resolution that is your meeting procedures shows some changes that would accomplish. And then there are a number of amendments that are being proposed to reconcile the provisions of your meeting procedures with the various procedures that are also set out in Chapter 2 of the City Code. So it can be very confusing at times when we're trying to figure out procedurally how you can proceed on a matter. There's some rules that are in the City Code, some rules are in your meeting procedures. Sometimes they overlap a little bit. And so there's changes in your meeting procedures in a few places that acknowledge the fact that there are some things that are actually in an ordinance published in the City Code that you all are talking about in your meeting procedures, but that you really can't amend that in this manner. So I know that you've all had a chance to look at this collection of changes, and as noted previously, if you are inclined to do both of these things, the recommended wording for your motions is on page 206 of your agenda packets, and there are 2 different resolutions.
Okay. So I think the easy one may be the first resolution, the time, just changing everything to 4 o'clock. Anybody have any issues with that? Somebody want to make a motion?
Yep.
I move to.
Go ahead.
Brian has the honor.
I move to approve the resolution amending the times at which certain regular meetings of the Charlottesville City Council will begin during calendar year 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wade. Discussion? Okay, Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne, Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade,
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. So the second issue is about the amending policies and procedures. More broadly, that resolution with all of the interlineations and strike throughs and so on begins at page 212 of the packet.
Could I ask a question, please,
Sure.
Ms. Robertson? So there's the city ordinance that has, I guess, sort of the backbone of the details of how we're supposed to do our meetings and procedures. And then I guess there's the policy and procedures document, which is more of like a sort of handy guide to how we do what we need to do. Is that right? Or will this policy and procedures document be incorporated by resolution into the city code?
No, your meeting procedures is really to deal with really sort of matters of protocol that that aren't in the published ordinance. And sometimes when you take a document like your meeting procedures, which are kind of more like bylaws or operating procedures, and you start making statements about certain things, and those things are already addressed in a published ordinance, at some point over the course of time, things can wind up not being real clear, or you forget because you're using this handy document, you forget that there's another place where that same topic is addressed. So what we're trying to do with this is just update your procedures, not necessarily to delete reference to all of it, but just to acknowledge that some of it is already in the city code. And that is those changes are primarily, they start on page 215 and go through, I think it's about 217. So we're just clarifying that there's some additional wording in the city code that if you were to open these meeting procedures while you're actually having a meeting, because they're easier for you to get to, we want you to have all of that information in one place so that you remember that it's there.
Okay.
That's very helpful. So this is basically an integrated document that we're looking at now.
Yes,
Great.
or we've
Thank you so
tried,
much.
we've tried to do that, yes.
Sure, sure. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. So one of the things that we discussed that I want to make sure that we are intentionally following through on is the notion of not, if somebody speaks at the first community matters at the beginning of the meeting, that they are not to speak at the second community matters at the end. Everybody clear on that and okay with that, or is that something we're still talking about?
Yes, Mayor Snook. That was the only part of this that, I currently am not comfortable with. Since we discussed that, I've heard from several community members who raised the concern that, public policy issues that we discussed during our meeting that may not have, would present new information not available at the beginning of the meeting, and they really appreciate that opportunity to be able to comment on it at the end. And particularly given that, that portion doesn't seem to be what really drives our meetings to go extremely long. I'm just in favor of not making that change.
I think there was one meeting last year where I think we had something like an hour of public comment at the end, but that's the exception rather than the rule. How do other folks feel about that?
I'm fine with that change. I'm going on y'all's judgment that, being more seasoned council members, that would extend the meeting. My concern was that, not that it would necessarily extend the meeting, is that if to give more people an opportunity, chance to speak. I'm trying to remember, did we say at the end, it's not limited to 8 people, is it?
No, there's no limit at that point.
Yeah.
We are running into a practical issue though with the Zoom account. I mean, just
Right.
put that
Yeah.
out there, and
Yeah.
I would hate for Zoom to cut somebody off. Is there wording that we can do that as long as the Zoom is still going? I don't want to be, if while we are still in some electronic meetings, I want to be careful that we don't advertise that somebody has a right to speak. And then the electronic platform cuts it short, and then that person feels that they're not being heard. And becomes upset because according to our policy, they have the right to speak at that time. And then it becomes an issue, a First Amendment issue. I just want to be careful with that.
It'd only be a First Amendment issue if we were discriminating against them on the basis of what they were saying. If Zoom does its own thing, that may be bad policy for other reasons, but it's not going to be a First Amendment issue.
Okay, I just want to be very careful on that, just whichever way we go. I mean, I tend to prefer allowing people to have more of a chance to speak. I do remember the one meeting that went very late. But because of public comment at the end, usually we have anywhere from like 2 to 5 people at the end. So
yeah, I'm willing to go along with what Michael and Sina and Juan have suggested. It sounds like it's a reasonable accommodation to make to people who've not had a chance to speak earlier, and there could be new information that they've not had a chance to hear until the middle of the meeting. So I'm willing to go along with that as well. So I guess that would be a modification to the.
is there, I mean, and I'm sorry, is there a way that we could put this so that there is a preference given, priority is given to those who have not spoken at the first? And while we are in a virtual world, that if it cuts off at 11:45, then so be it. I mean, I just want to, if we can like put that stuff down, that.
Mayor Stuck, my initial reaction is just that might be adding unneeded complexity, but that's just.
Yeah, that's sort of my reaction too. I think if we simply take the top paragraph on page 219, where it just says a second community matters session will be offered as the final agenda item at each regular meeting, period. And then we can leave off the portion about during which individuals who did not speak during the first community matters period may be given an opportunity to address council. The one concern, we talked about this during the retreat at some length, was that what we're trying to do here is to get to the point where we are making decisions before we're dead tired, that we're making decisions, that we're ending the meeting at a time when those of us who have to be at work at 8 o'clock in the morning the next day can arrive at work ready to be functional at our jobs, and that we're trying to do what we can to keep the meetings. I mean, at one point we said that we weren't going to start anything new after 11 o'clock. That doesn't appear in here. We must have decided that was not something we were going to do. But that I still think that our goal needs to be that we would hope that the meetings would always be over by 11.
I think that language is in there, Mayor Snook.
Is it? Did I miss it? I didn't see it as I was scanning quickly. You know where?
I read it last night, so.
Ms. Robertson, do you know?
My recollection is that the reference to 11 o'clock is in here, and I ran across it as well, but now that you're asking about it, I'm not going to be able to remember what page it's on. But at your retreat, you did discuss that, but
it's on page 220 under recess.
It really only matters. I mean, you can express in these
I see.
procedures an aspiration, but it really only matters if you are desiring to make it a hard stop. If you wanted to make it a hard stop, we'd want to be more intentional about the words we use in your policy or your procedures. But if it's an aspiration, you're just announcing that to the world in this document, but it's not a hard stop.
Okay, so this certainly is an aspiration only. Right now, the limiting factor with Zoom is that they'll cut us off after 8 hours. Is that right, Ms. Thomas?
That's right. We went to having everything in one meeting.
Right.
This was one of the reasons why we had split it up before, was because of the long meetings and having to break it up so that we could have time enough for the later meeting. We could always go back to splitting up the meetings. I think it's simpler to have everything in one meeting, but it might accommodate if we do intend to have longer evening meetings.
I think my own personal preference, although I'm probably the king of the night owls around here, my own personal preference is to say, if we can't stop that we ought to stop the meeting at no later than midnight anyway. 8 hours is too long for us to remain compos mentis, and we shouldn't be taking up important things after midnight.
I would say the same thing, but 11 o'clock.
Well, 8 hours is the Zoom limitation. 11 o'clock is still our goal, but if it turns out that we have a hard stop at 11:45 or something because of the way Zoom works, I don't see that as a problem.
Could we simply say that one way to deal with it would just be to say that, any business not completed, well, I think this is a rule anyway, but any business not completed by the Zoom cutoff date will be taken up at the next meeting. And if you're in the middle of community matters and the time is about to expire, your procedures could just say that you'll have the second community matters, but it will go as long as people want to speak, unless during an electronic meeting you're not able to continue past a certain time. Once you're back in person, it won't be an issue. You can go as long as you want to while people are speaking to you.
Wasn't there also an issue when we were in person about if we go too long, then the broadcast on Channel 10 or whatever goes away? Isn't there some other limitation like that for us?
I don't know about Channel 10. The parking garage used to shut down. We all used to get worried about getting our cars out.
Or maybe it was Facebook. I don't know. There was some other electronic limitation of somebody else that was going to cut us off. But if that's not the case, I'm just misremembering.
I know people were concerned about the transit. People who use public transit had concerns.
Yeah. Okay, folks, so if we make the one change at the top of page 219 to remove the limitation on community matters, is there any other change that we want to make to these proposed amendments?
There were none that I had.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Okay. Sounds like we're ready for a motion with the amendment. Michael, you're the amender. Do you want to make the motion?
Sure. I move to approve the amendments to the City Council rules and procedures governing how meetings are conducted.
As presented, but with that one change at the top of page 219.
Correct, with that one change on page 219.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ms. Thomas?
Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Okay, passes 5-0. Next item, presentation from the Commissioner of Revenue on rising vehicle values. Mr. Divers?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I've got my screens in the wrong direction, in the wrong place. So if I'm not looking at you, don't take it the wrong way. I'm going to try to run through this as quickly as we can. I know that I'm the last person on your agenda tonight, so I don't want to keep you here any longer than we need to. So I'm going to just jump right into this. Bear with me for just a second. And I'm going to share my screen, and I want to make sure that you all can see it. Let's see. David, I need you to let me share, buddy. All right, here we go. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Need to go backwards, actually. Here we go. So folks in commissioner revenue circles have been talking about this for quite a while. I don't, you folks may have heard about it somewhat, but this has been on our radar for a while, and it's been of some concern. Generally vehicles through time depreciate. That's kind of what we're used to. That's kind of what we expect. But when folks are going to get their personal property tax assessments this year, personal property tax bills this year, they're going to see some fairly extreme increases in value. So I wanted to kind of do this presentation just to kind of give you guys a thorough heads up on what's going on, what's affecting these valuations, so you can be conversant on the topic when your constituents ask you about it. There's always a sense out there that we have some more flexibility than we actually do in making these assessments. The assessments are what the assessments are. And so, if you can disabuse folks of that notion, that would be helpful. But I really do think when people see their valuations, they're going to be shocked. Some of them are probably going to be angry, and they're probably going to want something done about it. And so that's why I wanted to go through this. This is probably more detailed than you need, but I want you guys to really understand all the angles. So we're going to kind of go through these things one by one. What's causing it? How long is it going to last? What exactly are we seeing in Charlottesville? And what, if anything, can we do about it? A lot of the slides on this are taken from a presentation that was done by J.D. Power a couple of months ago. Maybe it was in January, to a group of commissioners of the revenue. We had asked them to come talk to us, to tell us exactly what was causing all this. And so I'm sharing that with you guys. J.D. Power bought NADA a number of years ago. And so that's, we're talking about the National Automobile Dealers Association valuations, but that's J.D. Power now. So that's when I keep referring to J.D. Power, that's what we're talking about. This is maybe a couple of months old, but it's still pretty fresh. Some of the projections may have changed slightly if you go talk to the J.D. Power people, but I think it's pretty good. Again, these are not my slides, so a lot of the background information that went into them, I don't know. So this is just for illustration purposes. So the first thing you're going to see, this is a snapshot of wholesales. Wholesale market tends to lead the retail market. As you can see, wholesale prices are at record levels right now. This means fewer vehicles are being sold through wholesale auction lanes. If you'll notice, in April, wholesale transactions practically ceased in April of 2020. There's a number of reasons for this. You had a lot fewer vehicles, rental cars coming back into the wholesale market. Rental companies did not buy nearly as many rental cars in 2020 as they normally do. Typically, those cars will eventually make it back into the used market. That didn't happen, so they're just not there to be bought. You've also got fewer used cars because people are hanging on to their lease vehicles. You may know some people. Once upon a time, people would get a lease and they would return it and get something new. They're hanging on to those things a lot longer. They're going ahead and buying them, taking advantage of the equity and getting something else. So that further constricts the supply of used cars. You've also got dealers that are hanging on to less favorable units, ones that they would normally wholesale, and they're turning around and retailing them. So all of these are contributing to what's going on here. Some anecdotal stuff that we're hearing, and I know this has happened to some of my friends where they bought a car a few years ago. They're getting calls from the dealer to see if they're ready to sell that in or ready to trade that in, which further constricts used car supply. One of the stats they gave us was that in 2021, 51% of new vehicle transactions came with a trade-in, which is 5% more than 2019. Dealers are turning over used cars 10 days quicker than they did in 2019 and 2020. And at the same time, demand is still very, very high. Consumers have lots of equity in their vehicles, in their homes, and low interest rates means that the payments that they can expect to pay on a new car are not much more than they would have paid a few years ago. So, it's not that painful. Let's see here. The next slide, just let's see. This one indicates that wholesale prices for for passenger cars are up the most. The reason for this is even before COVID, even before the pandemic, manufacturers were pulling back on passenger car offerings. 70% of new vehicles sold are SUVs, trucks, or vans. That was true. I don't know if 70%, but that's been coming for a long, long time. Ford doesn't even really sell passenger vehicles anymore. So what happens is, as the passenger cars represent a shrinking footprint on the new side of the market, fewer passenger cars make their way into the used market. J.D. Power gave an example to our group when they spoke to us. They looked at sales for the exact same vehicle in 2020 and 2021. We're talking literally the same vehicle, just a year older and with 10 or 15,000 miles extra on it. They looked at a 2017 Toyota Camry LE 2.5 liter. It had gone up $1,684 in 1 year. 2017 Honda CR-V EX all-wheel drive 1.5 liter, gone up $933. 2017 Ford F-150 XLT four-wheel drive 5.0 liter, gone up almost $4,000. This is the same vehicle, a year older and with more miles. So that's what we're seeing.
And $4,000?
$4,000, $3,953. The graph on the right, that just indicates that the premium values have gone up, are up. They're not up as much as sort of your mass market cars, your regular passenger cars, but they're up as well. J.D. Power tried to sort of break out what was causing all this. And so they identified 6 major variables that contribute to price increases. And so we're going to talk about each one of these, briefly in the next slides. New production issues is basically tight supply on new cars, which drives people to buy used cars. You've got super low incentive spending by the dealers right now. This means new cars are more expensive. This further drives people to buy used cars. You've got a constricted used supply. 2.5 to 2.6 million fewer new cars were sold in 2020 than the year before. The general economic health of the country, housing prices, and then demand, which is still very, very high. So they tried to line up all the interrelationships between all these factors and determine sort of, which one is most to blame. But I mean, really, it's a combination of all of them. So the first, let's start with demand. Demand was up before COVID, but then COVID did 3 things to sort of supercharge it. People were not spending money on vacations. They weren't traveling. They weren't going out to eat. So they had a bunch of savings. They made big purchases, like cars. You had a bunch of stimulus checks floating around. As we mentioned before, folks have a lot of trade-in equity in the vehicles that they currently have. So that car sitting out in your driveway represents a big pile of money you can use to spend on another car. And so people were doing it. The general economic health of the country, as most of you recall, the recovery was much faster in the first year after COVID than anybody anticipated. And this drove up demand for new and used cars. And then, of course, housing prices, as we've seen locally, increases in housing prices mean people have more equity to spend on big purchases like cars. All right, okay, this slide speaks to inventory. Normal inventory for new units on lots at any one time is about 3 million. Usually there's about 3 million cars on dealership lots around the country. This got pummeled during the pandemic by chip shortages and supply chain issues. And so that drove your supply of new cars down to about 1 million. I'm about to be signed out. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I think I fixed it. This is slowly getting better, but the folks at JD Power don't think that, you know, we'll ever get back to that old number of 3 million. Folks are buying cars differently now, for one thing. You know, you don't go out to the dealership and look on their lot. You go online and you get something, or you get something built to order. So that may not change. And of course, that constricts supply. That means there's not as many readily available new cars. They expect these high prices and demand to remain strong through at least 2023. Let's see, this slide refers to incentive spending by dealers. Not much to say about it, except that dealers don't have any reason to offer many incentives lately. What that means, it's more expensive to buy a new car. So that means people are trying to buy used cars. This will come back slowly as inventory comes back, but it's going to be a while before, you know, dealers are throwing money at people to buy new cars. By the way, dealerships are making money hand over fist right now because of these reasons, for what it's worth. The big culprit is used supply. There's just not many used cars out there. The chart on the right shows the used supply by the age of the vehicle. Number 1 in blue refers to 1-year-old vehicles. The blue bar represents rental volume coming back into the used market, really. As we spoke about, or as I spoke about earlier, rental car companies typically buy a bunch of new cars every year. They use them for 12 to 18 months, and then they sell them back into the market. And so then under normal circumstances, if you're in the market for used car, there's a bunch of 1-year-old vehicles out there. Well, that's just not true anymore. And that's not going to correct itself for some time. In 2021, according to JD Power, the supply of 1-year-old used vehicles was down 39%. They expect the pool of 1 to 5-year-old vehicles to remain tight for the next several years. And at the same time, they don't really expect demand to change. So the next slide kind of is their attempt to sort of attribute kind of weight to these various factors. I think this was for 3-year-old vehicles that they were looking at, although it's not indicated on here. Essentially, you know, you're looking at a 16% growth in prices and an average $6,100 impact per unit across all units. This was from late November, I believe. The percentages in the hexagons are JD Power's attempt to describe the contribution of each factor to the largest percentage. So new production issues would have contributed 2.7% to that 16%. Used supply accounts for about 5.4% of that 16%, et cetera. The assumption is that the factors with the larger percentages are going to last longer. All right. This graphic for 2021 to 2024 attempts to look at each variable's impact on residual value in 3-year-old vehicles. In other words, the value that's left in a vehicle after a certain amount of time. And then how they expect each variable's impact to change through the coming years. For example, if you look on the graph, production accounts for about 2.1% of the current increase in value. By sometime in 2022, they expect that factor to diminish in importance to 1.3, and it's practically negligible by 2023. When hopefully production is going to be back up to about 100%. Used supply has increased as a factor and is the biggest driver now. That's likely to remain so while diminishing through 2024. So as you can see, even as this stuff diminishes, it's still going to be higher than the normal. One big takeaway that you want to remember is this is probably not going to be some sort of bubble that pops. This is going to be a gradual return to what we would consider more normal levels. And I think this is the last J.D. Power slide. This slide gives a snapshot of what we're seeing in values between January 2021 and January 2022. The reason this is important is we have to use the January 1st value in NADA. That's considered tax day. So when we assess a vehicle, we're assessing it for what it is on January 1st. So the industry average is an increase of 54%, as you can see. Now, what we're seeing in Charlottesville. All right, and I hope y'all can see all this. This is, we ran some numbers of increases on as many cars as we can find from last year to this year. If you notice, sort of, I hope you can see my cursor, but down here in this range, this is typically what happens. Most vehicles depreciate, between 1 to 20% or so. And this is true up until you get to 2021. Last year, we started to see for the first time that prices were starting to increase a little bit. If this is difficult to see, I apologize. There's a lot of information here, but this is this year. You can see most vehicles are going to go up this year. This range right here is interesting because according to this, almost 50% of vehicles in the city are going to go up between 20% and 40% in 1 year. This is a breakdown this is literally the most popular vehicles in the city. I, pulled them right out of the system. Bunch of Toyotas, Hondas, Subarus. It's Charlottesville. So they go up. Let's see, a 2010 Toyota Prius 4-cylinder. There's some variation in trim level in all of these. So I tried to pick sort of the mid-level trim level on these. But the one I picked, 27% increase in 1 year. 2014 Honda CRV, 2014 Honda CRV, 29% increase. I went down, we have way fewer domestic vehicles in the city, but I wanted to put a few in there. So I grabbed a 2017 Ford Escape. It's going to go up 34%. 2016 Ford F-150, 18%. And then the 2018 Tesla Model 3, that's the most popular Tesla, that's going to go up 31%. And these are sort of the mid trim level for all of these. So it's everywhere. This is a snapshot. On the left is all personal property tax assessed in the city. That's usually around 13 to 14 million. That includes personal property tax relief that comes from the state. The blue line represents what we'd normally expect based on, typical growth. We had sort of a downturn in 2020, but we would expect it to, rise slowly. The chart on the right is just for the personal property items that are assessed by the NADA. It's roughly the same shape. The curve's roughly the same shape. Those vehicles, we're talking about cars, trucks, motorcycles, that's 80% of personal property. All right, what can we do about it? And I'm going to give you four options. There's really only one option, but just so you know, I'm going to go over them all. The first one is to increase personal property tax relief. Lloyd, was your hand up or just
stretching?
I'm riveting, I know.
Well, once you said that my car had the highest rate of increase of tax, it got my attention.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was your car, but So personal property tax relief, as most of you know, that is the money that we get to the state. That's basically what's left over from Jim Gilmore's no car tax promise. That went into effect in 1998. And for a number of years, the General Assembly increased the amount that they were given to localities to try to offset reduced car tax. We got to 2006 and they realized that that wasn't sustainable.
You went off too.
Todd just went away.
Yeah. Couple of people are having that problem.
Has Keena come back?
Not yet.
Well,
Right before the solutions.
do we want to take a 5-minute recess and let us all stretch our legs for a second and see if Todd comes back?
That's fine.
Okay.
I would
See-
enjoy that.
See you back in 5 minutes.
Did I miss anything exciting, Lloyd?
Well, Todd's computer shut down in the middle.
Keena's was about to go as well.
Yeah, she disappeared too.
Yeah. So is this a city IT thing?
I think so. I've been getting notices
There's Todd.
all week. So I guess it decided it just had to do it right now.
That was
Todd, you're
impeccable
back.
timing. Yeah.
And Keena's back. Okay, so and Lisa's back. So we're back to strength.
Okay, good. Let's just charge through this.
All right, let's go ahead and resume the meeting. Todd was about to explain to us how we're going to solve this problem.
That's right. All right, let me share my screen again. Hang tight. Okay, can you guys see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so personal property tax is a tax relief. It's a lump sum that we get from the state. It's the remnants of Jim Gilmore's old no car tax promise. It was the state got to a point where it became unaffordable, and so they capped it at whatever the amount was that was given out in 2005, and that's the amount we get now. As you guys are probably aware, one of the things we do when we set the rate every year is we have to determine how we're going to divvy up that personal property tax relief across the whole fleet of vehicles. And so then we come up with a percentage that gets applied to each vehicle, each qualifying vehicle. So one of the proposals that has been floated from some of my colleagues around the state is to increase that amount of relief. But there's a couple of problems with that. Number one, not all vehicles qualify for personal property tax relief. Business vehicles don't qualify, which we have a lot of those. So it's not uniform. So right off the bat, that kind of flies in the face of what we're going to do. And then in addition to that, the city's got to pay for it because there's not going to be any more money from the state for it. So this one is not one that I would recommend. The next possibility is to change the NADA valuation factor that we use to value vehicles. There's a bunch of different valuation factors: rough trade-in, average trade-in, clean loan, clean retail. We use clean trade-in. It's a good middle of the road valuation. The problem with doing this is if you change it, you just don't, it doesn't make enough correction in value, no matter which method you use to offset the valuation increases. So it wouldn't work either. Another proposal that's been floated by some of my colleagues is that we could implement an assessment ratio, which sometimes you see in real estate in other states. So instead of assessing vehicles at 100% of value, which is what we do, you assess it at some percentage of value less than 100%. And this is allowable under state code. I really don't want to do this. It would be incredibly cumbersome. Our software wouldn't handle it very well. When you go to do adjustments for high mileage and other things like that, it gets pretty cumbersome and hard to keep track of. And then it also complicates the PPTR rate calculation every year. The other problem with this is that not all vehicles are valued by NADA. For example, new vehicles, antique vehicles, certain special vehicles, for lack of a better word, are not valued by the NADA book. So they're valued on a percentage of cost, which means that their values this year are not increasing. But in order to stay uniform, we would still have to apply the same assessment ratio. So that would give us uniformity, but it wouldn't be fair. So I can't really go with that one either. The last one, though, this is the one that nobody would ever have thought of before because we weren't really allowed to do it. And that's to actually lower the tax rate on those classes of vehicles that are affected. Under current law, that's not allowed. Those vehicles are considered part of the general class of personal property. They do not have their own classification for rate purposes in 58.1-38, 3606. Which means in a nutshell that if you lower the price, lower the rate on those vehicles, you've got to lower the rate on everything else. So we would have to lower the rate on business tangibles. We'd have to lower the rate on machinery and tools, which would create a whole other problem. Fortunately, a bunch of us were thinking about this as the General Assembly was getting started, and a group of commissioners of revenue put forward a suggestion for a bill to fix that. And so we got two bills that are floating through the General Assembly right now, House Bill 1239 and Senate Bill 771, that would allow us to do that, that would allow us to decouple cars, trucks, and motorcycles from the general class of tangible personal property, that would allow us to set a distinct rate for those classes of vehicles and leave all the others unaffected. One of these is going to get through, and they started out identical. The Senate bill got amended in committee to add a sunset provision so that, you know, localities would have to go back to whatever they were before all this started, which is probably not a bad idea. But one of these is going to go through. And so that's the way that I think we ought to go, is for you guys, when it comes time to set the rate, the personal property tax rate, I'm going to give you a recommendation for a lower number for those classes of personal property that are being affected by this valuation anomaly. I don't have that number yet. I'll have it, you know, as we get closer. The idea is if we do that, then we can keep our personal property projection exactly where it is. We don't have to kind of add in this inflated number that we didn't really account for when we made our personal property projections, you know, way before the budget process started. I think that's it. That was a lot. If you've got questions, go ahead and hit me.
So if none of these changes occurred, what would the likely additional tax be, additional revenue to the city?
I'm thinking $2 million, honestly.
Wow.
It's hard to pinpoint now. I've got to do more math, but that's what we're looking at.
What do we get?
And I know that's tempting right now, but
what do we get on personal property taxes right now?
It's 8 to 9 million usually. That doesn't include the personal property tax relief, which is 3.5 million. So you add them together, it's about 13, 14 million a year.
In terms of the net to us, though, the net
2 million.
Okay, 2 million more if none of these other proposals go.
If we don't fix anything, that's what you're looking at.
Okay.
Which is fine. I mean, that's up to you guys. You guys can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
The reason I'm bringing this to you is because I know when people get their bills, they're going to be looking at me. And so I have got to give you guys an option to fix it. Whether you take that option is entirely up to you guys.
I hear you.
But, you know, just for CYA, I've got to give you guys a fix. And that would fix it.
I have a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
So would this present alternative would this be only for the first vehicle owned by somebody, or could it be like if they had 10 vehicles?
It's all vehicles. Any vehicles. Yep.
And does it delineate between personal or business?
Nope.
Okay.
Now, business vehicles are not eligible for personal property tax relief, but, you know, the valuation method, you know, the rate would be applied equally to all vehicles.
And personal property tax relief, how does somebody apply for that?
You don't. It's just you automatically get it based on the value of the vehicle it's applied to the first $20,000 of value of the vehicle according to whatever percentage we set. The only vehicles that are not eligible are, business vehicles, or if somebody declares them on their income, for business use, and, we're aware of it. It's really for personal use vehicles.
Okay, so that's not something anybody has to
No, you don't have to apply for
separately.
them, no.
Okay.
Right.
Is there a way for someone to appeal their value of their car?
Yeah, always. Yeah, we've got appeals procedures, that we make available. I think we even have it on the website. We also, do high mileage deductions. We have a form that if the vehicle is above a certain amount of mileage for its age, then the NADA books recommend a certain level of reduction for those, and we use that.
And would somebody do that after they receive their assessment?
Yeah, that's something you have to
Okay.
ask for. Yeah, you have to ask for that, because we don't have mileage numbers unless somebody gives them to us.
And how long would somebody have, what's like the window of looking, like with a house assessment ask? Is there like a window for an appeal on that? Or
No, I mean, you can appeal at any time, and and if you appeal it after the due date, we'll just do an exoneration, and it will result in a refund. You have to demonstrate, though, there are certain records that you got for high mileage. For instance, there needs to be like an inspection record with a date on it, so we can know that it had that many miles on that given date.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Any other questions, Cena?
I am done with mine for now. Thank you.
I just had one question. Do we offer any type of discounts for firefighters and police officers?
For firefighters, there's an exemption in city code for, I think it's firefighters and the folks that work for cars have an exemption on one vehicle. And so we get a list every year from those folks of the folks who live in the city that are on their force that apply for it. Okay, I know this is riveting stuff, and it's getting late. That's it. I'm going to be working on this. This, I guess, will factor into your thanks for into your calculus for the budget. If I get the number right, and I think I can get close, it won't affect our budgeted amount for real estate, for personal property. And that's the idea. That's the goal, is to make this a non-factor. And that's it.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate the heads up.
Sure thing. Have a good night.
Take care.
Okay. So, are there any other business items for consideration? It shouldn't be. Counselors, any questions for the city manager to follow up on?
We can talk about it some more in the 221 this week, but
Yeah.
I really hope we can get some more clarity around the climate action plan. Even letting people know where it is, what are the current hangups or holdups, or some past discussion of, what the recent history is. Well, I think we owe it to the community. And we need to get that. I'm not sure what all the barriers are. I'm sure they're legitimate, but I really want to see that make some headway. So,
And I would, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. That was the one thing that I was thinking about.
my observation has been that we have had more complaints / suggestions on get moving on climate change than basically any other issue I can think of over the last 2 years. And I expressed some concern a year ago and various points since that time about the fact that nothing was happening. And I remember at one point telling somebody who was saying, but nothing's happening, saying, oh, but there's a plan. Well, but I don't know. That's now a year ago, and folks are justifiably impatient.
Yeah.
So with a brand new city manager / interim city manager here to crack the whip on people, maybe we can find out, at least get an answer for us as to what kind of a plan we can have for moving some of this stuff along. It's been 3 years, 4 years.
Right. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
And I would just second that and add to it, I see in somewhat parallel how we can create processes for making sure our affordable housing plan is moving forward in implementation. Those to me both seem like our big adopted plans without clear processes for measuring what progress is being made.
And one thing I said a couple times just in the last couple of months is, the idea of having a group that would be a group of citizens who are expert in these matters to convene to talk about various sustainability, various climate change responses, that kind of thing. There's a lot of interest there, and a lot of very smart people who would like to share their expertise with us. And I really think we need to try to get that kicked off. So I know that puts an additional burden on the staff, because one more meeting that you got to deal with, and one more group of citizens who are full of energy who want to take up your time. But that's something that I think that we really need to try to move on. So
Cena and I had already put the climate control on our list for Friday to talk with. So Brian, you're ahead of us. So
okay,
I think we've heard a lot about it. We're ready just to see where we are with it. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. If there's nothing else for us to add, we now come to the final speaking opportunity for members from the public. Speakers will be given up to 3 minutes. You may join the speaker queue by selecting the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar, or by pressing *9 if you have joined us by phone. Are there any speakers? And Mr. Dillahunt, yeah, if you can be in charge of this, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. I see no hands at the moment. If we want to give folks just a second.
Sure, give us a few seconds. Our content was just so riveting tonight that they couldn't stand it any longer.
The first hand is Joy Johnson.
All right, Joy, you have 3 minutes. Yeah, we're still doing 3 minutes. Yeah.
Hi, Joy Johnson, 802A Harder Drive. So the last time I was speaking, I spoke earlier, I meant to say Mr. Rogers, not Michael, but Mr. Rogers. You need to reach out to CRHA and those 12 women just to see the work that they are doing. And I hope I didn't misunderstood. If you are moving your regular meeting to 4, that is going to eliminate some people from attending, because some people don't get off until 5 and they scramble to get home by 6. Just wanted to point that out. If I misunderstood, forget what I just said. But if I did understand, I just want you to understand that we do have some working people who doesn't get off until 5 o'clock and they rush home. Even though some folks may not get on here and speak, they do watch the city council meeting. Most jobs are not gonna let you watch city council meeting on their time. I just wanted to point that out. And also, my last thing again was I just want to to say, I don't like when we're pitting one organization that is important, such as the school system, against the housing, affordable housing, and that we should support both. And so let's find a way and how we make it work for both, because they can't sleep in the school. They have to go home to a home that needs to be, you know, a nice, warm, comfortable place. So that's about all I have to say, I think. Thank you again, and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I will, just to be clear, what starts at 4 o'clock is reports. There will be no decisions made on anything until the meeting that begins at 6:30. So in that respect, that has not changed. The only difference is that whereas we used to get reports at 11 o'clock at night or 12 o'clock at night, now we'll get them at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If somebody wants to go back and watch that report later, they certainly can. That it's all on videotape. But the decision-making time and the time where there would be public comment available, that still is at 6:30, just as it has always been.
Is there another potential speaker?
Mayor Snook, I see no additional hands.
Okay. Well, I think we've done enough for today. Thank you all very much. And we're adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.